You good? Okay. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Great. Let's get on the record then. This is 24 SC 005423, State versus Mosley. Good afternoon, Mr. Mosley. Excuse me, you okay sitting on the end like that? Okay, great. Mr. Mosley is here with his fleet of lawyers. We have our prosecutors here. And all our jurors made it. A couple were a little late. We actually finished drug court in time to start at 12:30, but we've got all our jurors. I reviewed the custodial interview between Mr. Mosley and Detective Steidel, and there was another gentleman in the room, and have actually entered an order. I don't know if it's hit the docket yet, that finds that the statement was voluntarily given pursuant to a lawful administration of Mr. Mosley's Miranda rights. And so it also seems relevant to the proceedings. And so my ruling was it's admissible, consistent with the Jackson v. Deno analysis and just the basic rule of relevance based on what we've heard so far. So that's in the record. It'll be in the docket. And I think that was my main homework. I also sent to the lawyers a draft jury charge that we will discuss whenever we have our charge conference. And that'll depend on how things flow today. Would you like a drum set to go with that drawer? So I think we're good to go on that front. Mr. Abadi, anything from the state?
Just as it relates to count 8, the 1611-133 charge.
Yes.
So I was thinking about kind of what you said yesterday. I was listening, but I wasn't interacting with you because I was making sure my computer was working before opening. So I think there will have to be a stipulation that we're not going to put in the armed robbery. We're not going to say his conviction was armed robbery. There's going to have to be a stipulation that it is one of the felonies that is required in order to have the 133 charge, or if not, I'll have to say that he was convicted of armed robbery.
I agree. When we go over the jury charge, I think we can address that. There's no pattern charge for 1611-133, so I created one. And it introduces the concept of I think it was called qualifying felony or something like that. And I think if the parties stipulate that Mr. Mosley has been convicted of a qualifying felony, that checks the box there. But I'm not prescribing that for anyone. It was just a workaround that I came up with because I agree with you. It's not enough to say I'm a convicted felon. Then there would be a basis to appeal later on. But maybe that felony was fraud and not one of the offenses that qualifies under 1611-133. I think this is solvable. And I don't think we need to sort it out right now, but you all can look at the proposed jury.
Stipulation over the other 3, but I didn't add that part, which I can add it and then send it over to you.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a stipulation on that he is a convicted felon on XYZ.
Yeah, and I think that'll cover 7 and 9. 7 and 9 are the garden variety convicted felon, and all it's count 8, which is not a garden variety offense. We don't see that all that often, but it sounds like the state could prove it up. But to prove it up, it would be introducing the armed robbery conviction. And if the goal is to keep that out, then the stipulation might have to be a little different. So look at the language I used in the jury charge. I'm happy to change that language so it works with the stipulation, but I think there's a way to make it work.
I'll work on that and I'll send it to you.
Thank you. I haven't known. I heard you use the words direct verdict. I put it.
I'm glad that causes your pulse rate to go up a little bit.
Never came back to it yet.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Anything else from the state?
There you go.
You've got witnesses to get us through the afternoon?
Yes.
Great. Ms. Wood, good afternoon.
Hello, Judge, how are you?
Hello, I'm okay. I noticed that the candy dish has been replenished, not by me, and still remains out of reach. The drug court people were hitting it pretty hard. But there you go. Anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
There.
All right, let's bring him in, please.
All right, so jurors. Jurors, the president of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Good afternoon, jurors. Thank you for being here. I understand at least one of you got to enjoy the warm pavement all the way from the juror parking lot to the courthouse. Sorry that the shuttle ignored you, but we've sent word that shuttles aren't supposed to do that anymore. We are all set to pick up where we left off. I handled the drug court stuff this morning, and the state tells me that they're ready with witnesses to fill our afternoon. Did you all confer about how late we can go tonight? What's the answer? 10 p.m.? No. My thought is we'll see what kind of progress we're making with the state's case. Is that maybe 5:30? And again, it will always be as natural a break point as we can. It's best if we can finish a witness and not make him or her come back the next day. And so if at 5:15 we finish with a witness and the state says the next witness is a 2-hour witness, we'll probably just break then. I'd be surprised if that's what's left in the state's case at 5:15, but we'll see what happens. And we'll take stock then. All right. Mr. Rao, if you would call the state's next witness, please.
The state called Detective Byrne.
We swear affirm that testimony you will be able to give the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Going on feet. Can you state this name for the record?
Sure. First name is Douglas, Douglas. Last name is Byrne, Burn.
Good afternoon, Detective Byrne.
Good afternoon.
You tell the jurors where you're currently employed,
MARTA Police Department.
and what do you do for the Martin Police Department?
I'm the lead detective of MARTA Police Department.
And it's
For the whole department?
I'm the lead detective, yes, sir.
For the whole department?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know there was such a thing. All right.
Detective Byrne, how long have you been with Mark?
Next month will be 9 years.
What were you doing prior to joining the Mark Police Department?
I was a regional recruiter in the automotive industry.
What led to the switch?
I've always wanted to be a police officer, always wanted to be a detective. I'm originally from a country called Belize in Central America. It took me 17 years to get my green card, another 4 to become a citizen. I couldn't apply to be a police officer until I became a citizen. So that's why I started this career at a later time in life.
Detective Byrne, do you work with other detectives in the Mark Police Department?
Yes,
And in instances where other lead detectives are investigating cases, is it common for other detectives to assist those detectives?
yes, especially in a huge case, a murder, a rape, basically any major cases, like detectives assist the person who's a lead detective, especially when you go to a crime scene, just to make sure it's an extra pair of eyes as opposed to just one person walking the crime scene, photographing the crime scene, that sort of thing.
I'd like to turn your attention to the morning of August 14th, 2024. Were you investigating Detective Stidle on a homicide case he was working on?
I was assisting him, yes, sir.
What was it that you were assisting him?
I was assisting him in the apprehension of a suspect at an address in Atlanta. So I was there with him as a standby. And after the suspect was apprehended, I assisted him with a walkthrough of the address, along with basically going up in the attic and photographing a weapon that was found in the attic.
So let's back up just a second. So the address that you were responding to, was that 2269 Jernigan Drive?
Is it okay if I look at my notes to confirm?
Yes. Let me know when you finish.
Yes, it was.
And the reason for you being there, was that to execute a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And what were the sort of things that you were looking to find at that particular location?
Looking to find clothing that was used during the incident that occurred, the shooting incident that occurred, clothing, the backpack, shell casings to match the shell casings that were at the crime scene, firearm that was involved in the shooting.
Your agency, the Mark Police Department, worked with another agency in conjunction with the execution of that search warrant and arrest?
Yes, the Atlanta Fugitive Task Force.
And
Apprehension team.
I apologize for interrupting. And was the Atlanta Police Department Fugitive Task Force able to apprehend the suspect that you were looking for?
Yes, they did. After a brief standoff, he was in the attic for a period of time. He finally came out. He came down from the attic and he was apprehended. Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I have to keep cutting you off. I apologize. Stand up. Where were you in relation to the residence?
I was in the perimeter, basically on the number 4 and 3 side of the house. The number 1 side is the front of the house. Number 2 is the left side of the house. Number 3 is the back side of the house. And number 4 is the right side of the house. I was between number 4 and number 3 in this corner of the house. I was holding perimeter on that side. In case the suspect attempted to jump out a window or something. So you have a perimeter set on the house. Then you have a team that enters the house.
And once the suspect was apprehended, did you, Detective Stidle, Crime Scene Tech Nelson, conduct a search of the residence pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes, we did.
And in conducting that search, did you assist Detectives Stidle and Crime Scene Tech Nelson with taking photographs?
Yes, so Crime Scene Nelson photographed the majority of the house. I had my camera around my neck. And Detective Stidle, after we conducted a search of the room where the suspect was in, Detective Stidle then walked up the stairs into the attic of the house. As soon as he walked up the stairs, there was a blue bin to the right of the attic. A firearm was found there. Detective Stidle then asked me to come up and photograph the weapon before he touched it. I then walked up there, photographed it with my camera. And then Detective Stidle secured the weapon, cleared it. There was a round in the chamber. And then the weapon was taken in as evidence and sent to the GBI lab for analysis.
You had testified that you were assisting crime scene tech Nelson with taking photographs. Did you take photographs of the firearm?
I took photographs of the firearm, yes, sir.
Approach you with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as states 106, or excuse me, I'm sorry, 105 through 108 and states 154 and 155. Can you please take a look at those photographs and let me know if you were finished?
Yes, sir, I'm finished.
And do you recognize those states exhibits?
I do.
And what do you recognize them as?
These are the photographs that I took in the attic where the firearm was found.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the firearms that was collected at the attic at that incident location?
Yes, sir.
All right, at this time, the state would seek to move states 106 through 105 through 108 into evidence, as well as states 154 and 155.
And 154 and 55 are just more photos of attic,
Of the fire.
of the firearm found in the attic. Okay, hold on. One 54, 155. All right, Ms. Wood states 105 through 108 and 154 and 155. Any objection?
No objection.
All are admitted. Yes, that carries over from yesterday. Anything that's been admitted is publishable at your ability to do so.
So when Detective Stidle went up to the attic, did you accompany him as he went up to the attic, or were you at a different location of the house?
I did not follow him up the stairs. I stayed at the bottom of the stairs, and Detective Stidle went up to the attic by himself. And as soon as he went up to the attic and he turned around, he was able to see the firearm in that blue basket to the right.
And at what point in time did you go up the stairs?
As soon as he saw the firearm, he advised me that he saw a firearm there. And then I told him to stand by. I'm coming up and I'll photograph it since I have my camera around my neck.
And on States Exhibit 105, which we have published here, is that the blue box that you were referring to that the firearm was located in?
Yes, sir.
Is that Stidle in the picture?
That's Detective Stidle. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. That's Detective Stidle's feet, legs.
Utility belt.
Yes.
We transition to States 106. Is that a close-up shot of what we saw depicted in States 105?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the firearm that was recovered in States 107?
Yes, sir.
And in States 108, is that a further close-up shot of the firearm on top of the items in the blue box?
Yes, sir.
Is that an extended magazine or is it just,
It is an extended magazine, Your Honor.
okay, so it's inserted in the gun as far as it will
All
go?
the way, and it's an extended clip. Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Next question. So you observed this firearm. Did you yourself collect the firearm?
I did not. Detective Stidle did.
And in States 154 and 155, is this the same firearm that's been displayed on States 105 through 108?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is
This is the
that,
serial number.
and are these snapshots of a video that was taken of the firearm?
These are snapshots from his body camera, from Detective Stidle's body camera.
And would you mind reading out the serial number of the firearm that was depicted on States 105 through
Sure.
108 and is as depicted in States 154? And I believe there's actually one of the snapshots shows the
Yes.
serial number.
The serial number is P as in Paul, 819-0091.
Fortunately, we're having a little bit of trouble publishing, so I'm just gonna. Easy to know what you'd like. My pad that along. Approach you with what's been remarked for identification. The purpose here is the state's 149. State Deputy Gordon will clear the firearm. Detective Byrne, do you recognize state's 149?
Yes, I do.
The serial number on that firearm, is that the same serial number as the firearm recovered at the scene?
Yes, it is.
And to your knowledge, has that firearm been altered or manipulated in any way, shape, or form in any material way?
Doesn't seem to be.
All right, this time the state proceeds to admit state's 149 into evidence.
Ms. Wood, any objection to states 149?
Third.
Admitted.
Just for the record, I am publishing firearm to the jury. Detective Byrne, on assisting Detective Steidel with the execution of the search warrant at the residence, did that kind of conclude your specific involvement with respect to this case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time, sir. I appreciate it.
Ms. Wood, do you have any questions for lead detective Byrne?
I do not. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Questions from the jurors? No? Yes? Okay, do you need cards? Okay, can you pass her? And we'll get more. We have an infinite supply of cards, so don't be shy about using them. Hey, how are you? One side. Yeah, have they been doing two?
I don't.
So far? Okay, I'll bring it up. Thank you. I don't know that I said it, but you guys have been doing a good job. Please only write on one side of the card because they ultimately get made part of the record, and it's easier to photocopy one-sided cards than two. But so far, everyone's been one-sided in their writing. Thank you. All right, counsel, I will see you right outside. Detective will be right back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know if they finished or not.
Yeah, but I think the only thing I don't think I was there, she was the device that said that. So that. I would have said that I did 665, they all set up to be try. Thank you. Oh, one other suggestion, if there's not that, if you know what photos you can, I can do them because my device does have keyboard. And so if you just say exhibit 7, I can put exhibit 7 up. I just don't know how well organized they are, but in particular with me or with Stidle, if you've got a bunch of photos, if you put them on a thumb drive, I've done that in a trial, it was a civil case because they couldn't figure stuff out. I don't mind as long as there's not an objection. It'll keep me engaged. Detective Byrne, few questions. Are we, what's it say on your screen there?
Says, stay muted.
Click stay muted, please, or press stay muted. Thank you. Are you able to get any images up right now, or? If you could put up the one that showed the blue bin that we've been talking about, please. I think that was 62, but might have been one higher. All right, Detective, did you have to remove the lid of that? You can see the lid is to the side there. Did you have to remove, or did Detective Steidle have to remove the lid to find what was in there?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, if Detective Stidle raised the lid, but I did not. I did not. When I went out there, that's how I saw it.
So what's depicted in the photos we've seen is how things were when you captured them on film?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would the search warrant that you and Detective Steidle had obtained have authorized him to remove a lid if the lid had been on that bin?
The search warrant authorized us to search the house so we could find a firearm, bullets, clothing. So because Detective Stidle specifically asked for the search warrant to find the clothing items that he wore, during the incident, the shell casings that would match the shell casings found at the crime scene, a firearm. So with that search warrant, Detective Stidle and myself were able to search, with that scope, we could search anywhere a clothing, a shirt could be placed, a handgun, a bullet. So
Okay, we heard from a different detective yesterday that they were looking for a person. So they could not open a small drawer because there wouldn't be a person in there. But because you're looking for bullet,
right.
you would have authority with your search warrant to open a small drawer. Or if that lid, did you take it down or that's the Wi-Fi doing its thing?
Wi-Fi.
Okay, you can leave it down. That's fine. We're good. But that lid was off. The search warrant would have authorized pop open that lid because in a bin that large, there could be a gun or clothes or whatever.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Do you know if all the things that you described, the firearm and the clothing, were in one bin or they were in different bins and Detective Stidle put them all together in one place?
The gun was the only thing that was up in the attic with that extended magazine. We did find some other items like clothing, backpack inside his bedroom. So some items were found in his bedroom. I believe a shoe, if I remember correctly, a shoe was found in the living room area when we walked in the house. But in his bedroom, a lot of items were found, including a backpack that he wore during the incident. And but the firearm and the one extended mag was the only thing that was found in that blue bin in the attic when we went up there.
Got it. You have now used the phrase extended mag or clip several times. I think I asked you about it. Will you tell the jurors, please, what an extended magazine or extended clip is?
Okay, so basically an extended magazine is when you have a firearm that would normally carry 8, 10 rounds or maybe 15 rounds in some cases. But then when you get an extended mag, so you have an extension at the bottom of the handgun, so that way you could double up in the amount of bullets that gun carries. So instead of having a 9-round magazine or a 15-round magazine, you could have a 25 or 30-round magazine. And so it makes it extended. So basically when you're holding the gun, the magazine extends out further back. And I could show you if you look at the gun clips, if you look at the magazine inside the box, you could see that extra piece sticking out.
And extended magazines or clips are things you can buy at a gun store?
Yes. You could buy an extended magazine for almost every weapon that you want.
They're legal.
Yes, it's legal.
Okay.
The extended mag part is legal.
Did you do any investigative work to determine if the firearm that we've seen that was recovered was registered to anyone?
I did not. I believe Detective Stidle did that, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you do any work with any of your colleagues who were at the scene of the shooting to see if the backpack that was left behind by the decedent, Mr. Mathis, what was in that backpack? In other words, search that backpack.
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rao, do you have any questions for Lead Detective Byrne based on that?
Detective Byrne, your sole involvement in this case was limited to the search warrant of the residence that you had been testifying to, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
And in conducting the search of that residence, you and Detective Stidle and crime scene tech Nelson both kind of divided up responsibilities. Would that be a fair statement to say?
Yes, sir.
And as it relates to the extended magazine, to your knowledge, as a law enforcement officer, is it permissible for a convicted felon to be in charge of possession of a firearm or an extended magazine that goes into a firearm?
A convicted felon should never be in possession of a firearm or an extended magazine.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Ms. Wood, do you have any additional questions or your first questions for Detective Byrne?
Just a few, Judge.
Okay.
Detective, you conducted the search of the bedroom, correct?
Yes, I basically walked along beside Detective Stidle while at a crime scene or at a search warrant like that at a location. Like normally 2 detectives are kind of side by side looking at the entire, the entire location. That way, it's better for, two people and four sets of eyes instead of just two sets of eyes. That way, if one person misses something, the other person could be like, did you see this? Did you see that? And, we kind of capture, a better scope of the area.
You mentioned a backpack was recovered in the bedroom. Is that just one backpack?
I don't remember, because I did not document. I was just kind of walking with him and pointing stuff out to him. Detective Style was the one notating the items.
You didn't search that backpack, did you?
I did not, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, any redirect? No, Detective Byrne, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State's next witness. Oh, thank you for getting more note cards. We mentioned they needed that. Santa, you're on it. All right, next witness.
They were called Sergeant Nelson.
Who's that?
Sergeant Nelson.
No,
Is that the same as crime scene tech?
Yes.
Nelson, okay.
Recently promoted.
All right, congrats.
first meeting, raise right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self will? It's Lord, I see. Hey, it's the name for the record.
Jacqueline Nelson, JACQUELYN. Last name Nelson, NELSON.
Say, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you're currently employed?
With City of South Fulton Police Department,
Okay. And how long have you worked with the City of South Fulton Police Department?
since March of this year.
Okay. And prior to working with the City of South Fulton Police Department, can you tell the jurors where you were employed?
I was also employed with MARTA Police Department as well as Newton County School Police.
Okay. And how long did you work with the Martin Police Department?
7 years.
And can you tell the jurors in those 7 years before you left the Martin Police Department to go work with South Fulton Police Department, what was your role or where were you assigned in the Martin Police Department?
From start to finish or just throughout the 7 years?
We can start with your last area of employment with the Martin Police Department.
At MARTA, I was, but right before I left, I was a sergeant at the South Precinct. I was also the crime scene tech.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors a little bit about the training and experience you had as being a crime scene tech with the Martin Police Department?
As far as the training for the certification, it was 7 classes. It was a total of 224 hours. Photography class, blood stain pattern analysis, latent print, crime scene, fundamental classes like that.
Okay.
And also an internship.
And as working as a crime scene tech, can you tell the jurors after receiving that training what your job responsibilities and duties were as a crime scene tech with the Martin Police Department?
Yes, at MARTA, I simply just took photographs and collected any evidence that was left at the scene.
And as a crime scene tech, was it common in any of the scenes or the cases that you worked on, you worked alongside with various detectives who was either the primary or lead detective?
Yes.
And on August 14th of 2024, did you go to the home 2269 Jernigan Drive in Atlanta, Georgia with Detective Stiegel and Detective Byrne?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why did you go along with Detective Stidle and Detective Byrne on August 24th to that location?
Yeah, they did a search warrant on that house as well as an arrest warrant. And once they searched the house, any evidence that needed to be collected, I collected that evidence as well as photographing the actual property.
And prior to August 14th, 2024, when you went to the Jernigan Drive address, did you have any other involvement in Detective Stidle case?
No.
Now, I want to show you, let's get this out of the way. want to show you state's exhibits. 61, and then 67 through 96, 99, and then 109 through 120. Take a second. Have you had an opportunity to, prior to your testimony, to view the exhibit numbers that I just referenced?
Yes, sir.
While she's flipping through, can you give me those numbers again?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please.
I jumped around. So exhibit 61,
Yeah,
and then 67 through 96, 99, and then 109 through 120.
thank you.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to start with state's exhibits 61, 67 through 96, and then 99. Do you recognize those photographs that you took
Yes.
at the Jernigan address?
Yes.
Okay. And are the photographs that are depicted in the state's exhibits that I just mentioned, are they fair and accurate copies of the photos you took on August 24th of 2024?
Yes.
August 14th of 2024.
Yes.
And as it relates to state's exhibits 109 through 120, do those exhibits fairly and accurately depict the items that you collected and took back to MARTA police evidence and property?
Yes.
And do those exhibits 109 through 120, are they fair and accurate copies of the photographs that you took once you arrived back from collecting those items at the Jernigan address and photographing them at the MARTA police evidence and property location?
Yes.
Time Your Honor, the state would tender with the marked state's exhibits 61, 67 through 96, 99, and 109 through 120.
Ms. Wood, any objection to that collection of photos?
No objection, Judge.
They are all admitted 61, 67 through 69, through 96, 99, 109 through 120.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Now, Mr. Ralph, pulling those up, I'm gonna start with state's exhibit 61. That relates to the photo of the house. So this is the house that you arrived to and eventually, as part of a search warrant, took photographs inside the property.
Yes.
And now, once you, once the arrest had been completed and you were able to go inside the home to take photographs and collect evidence, did you photograph and go through each room in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were doing this, were you doing it alongside Detective Stidle as well as Detective Byrne?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why were Detective Stidle and Detective Byrne kind of right next to you going along, telling you items of evidence to either collect and or photograph?
They knew exactly what they were looking for. So I was just there to collect whatever they needed as well as photograph.
Okay. So this day you were kind of like a photographer.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in states exhibit 67 and 68, or just. All right, so I think I was referencing states exhibit 67. And can you tell the jurors, is this a photograph of the part of the living room once you walk inside 2269 Jernigan?
Yes.
And if we go to the next photo in 68, is this a close-up of the white shoes that were on the floor of that living room.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 140. You will open up State's Exhibit 140.
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 140?
White Air Force Ones.
And are those the same wide Air Force ones that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 68?
Yes.
And this time around, the state pretender with the mark State's Exhibit 140 into evidence.
Ms. Wood, any objection to the admission of the white Air Force Ones that are States 140?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
And I'll move to State's Exhibit 69. Is this a photograph of the hallway that connects the living room to the bedrooms in the other area of the home?
Yes.
Okay, and then do you see the first door on the left-hand side?
Yes.
Do you go into that bedroom and take photographs?
Yes.
And if we go to State's Exhibit 71. Is this a photograph of kind of, you were in the door frame or the doorway of that bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 72, can you tell the jurors what we're looking at here?
I think that was 9mm rounds of ammunition.
Give you the mark for State's Exhibit 141. United States Exhibit 141.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 141?
From the pictures, and I also processed it.
Okay, and so it's State's Exhibit 141, the same shell casing you just referenced in State's Exhibit 72, and that you eventually processed and collected.
Yes.
Are they shell casings or are they
these-
actual cartridges? Those are live rounds.
Live
Okay.
rounds.
I apologize. At this time, we're going to state pretender with the mark State's Exhibit 141 as evidence.
Ms. Wood?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
And if we move to State's Exhibit 73, this is just a close-up of what you actually collected, the live rounds in State's Exhibit 141.
Yes.
Now, if we go to State's Exhibit 75 and 76. And State's Exhibit 75, and we go to State's Exhibit 76, is that the area that we just saw, it State's Exhibit 75 between the bed and the wall.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, we go to the next photo, State's Exhibit 77. Did you collect the backpack that we can see in State's Exhibit 77?
Yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 147.
Am I not touching? No, move it out. We gotta
No, I can get well.
Oh.
I would follow Mr. Body's directions. I'm fine with you touching it as long as you don't mind touching it.
You know what?
I'm not.
Okay, I'll be recognized as he's making with 147. And what is it with 147?
The black book bag.
Okay, it's the same black book bag.
Yes.
Photograph. Talking about the state tender with the mark, State's Exhibit 147 and evidence.
147?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Wood?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
And this black book bag, which is State's Exhibit 147, if we move to State's Exhibit 78, is this the same black book bag?
Yes.
Correct. And these were items that were collected in that bedroom.
Yes.
Now, if we. Now, as you continue, I guess, to go around the bedroom with Detective Steele and Detective Byrne, do you also take photographs of any personal items like IDs and
Yes.
smart police cars?
Yes.
Okay, and in State's Exhibit 80 through 84, start with 6 and 80, is this an example? Is this a wallet?
Yes,
And the photos after, is that an identification card for Xavier Mosley?
yes,
Well as, move to 83, is this a license
Yes.
for, in states of 83?
yes.
Who is the license for?
Xavier Mosley.
Okay, and did you collect the items that we've seen now in states exhibits 80 through 84?
Yes.
Okay, and you'll move. And states exhibit 85, can you tell the judge what we're looking at?
Atlanta Falcons hat.
Okay, and I want to show you. Do you remember where that Atlanta Falcons hat was at the time that you and the other detectives were searching that room?
I just remember in the room somewhere.
Okay. I want to show you states exhibit 148. Open that and we're going to recognize it.
Yes,
I can tell the judge, do you recognize what's in the bag containing states exhibit 148?
yeah, the same Atlanta, red and black Atlanta Falcons hat.
The same thing, say, Lieutenant Marcus states exhibit 148 evidence.
Objecting.
148 submitted.
The same hat we see in the photo.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going back to some of the items we talked about earlier, state exhibit 145. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
the black wallet.
And same black wall, it's all in the photographs and states exhibit 80 or 84.
Yes.
This time around, the state tender was remarked as states exhibit 145 and
No objection.
Also admitted.
And as you continued to move through the bedroom with the detectives, did they direct you to take photographs of items that were found on the left-hand side of the room, kind of near a bookshelf and things of that nature?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at in states exhibit, go to 95, please. State exhibits 95, 96, 97, and 99.
Yes,
Okay. And where the items that are contained in those photographs are collected.
yes,
I want to show you what the mark states at 146. Well, you can cut that open, look inside there.
yes,
And for those are the same items that we can see in states exhibit 99 that we collected.
yes,
This time around, the state would tender what the mark as states exhibit 146 into evidence.
And 146 is basically collection of items. What would you call 146?
So it's 146 collection of items, the Georgia ID, the tip top ID, and then an additional Mario Breeze card that were found on the bookshelf in states exhibit 99.
Okay. 146. Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, did Detective Stidle also, as he went through the room with you and Detective Byrne, identify some items of clothing that he found that were relevant to the case that he was assigned the lead investigator?
yes,
And is that what we're looking at in states exhibits 91, 92, 93, and 94, so 91 through 94?
yes,
Okay, and were the items, the two shirts now, were those both collected?
yes,
And I want to show you. This is 149 and 150. You'll just open each. And let me know if you recognize.
yep, black shirt.
Yeah.
Yes.
I did 2/149. I'm gonna relabel this one. 2. Let's take it 200 and that shows up. And can you tell me, what in state is the 200?
The black shirt.
Okay, and it's the same black shirt that we saw, in states exhibits, 91 and 92 that had investor on the front and then the design on the back.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, in state exhibit 150, what exhibit, or what is that?
It was a plaid shirt.
Okay, and it's the same black shirt we see in state exhibit 94.
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as states 150 and 200.
No objection.
Both are admitted.
Now, did you also collect, want to show you what the market states, because it's 142 to 144. You recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you collect the, I guess, random rounds of ammunition that were found also in that bedroom?
Yes.
And is that what we see in the 3 bags labeled states that are 142, 143, and 144?
Yes.
At this time around, the state would tender 142 through 144.
Can you tell me again, please, Sergeant Nelson, where you collected those? Those are from the box that we saw, or those were
Just loose round.
loose rounds somewhere in the house?
Yes. In his
Okay.
bedroom.
In the bedroom?
In the bedroom.
Okay, I just missed it. So there was the box that had the live rounds in it, and then there were additional loose rounds that you or the detective found while you were doing what you were doing. Okay.
Or either these came out, I can't remember. Some of them were loose, some of them came out of the magazine
Okay.
that were recovered.
All right, but 142, 43, and 44 are all 9mm
Yes.
rounds.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Wood, any questions about those? And if not, any objection to their admission?
No objection.
They're admitted.
Now, can you tell the jurors, once you finished photographing the items that we talked about, and then actually collecting and bagging the items of evidence that's been admitted, can you tell the jurors what you did next as it relates to your responsibilities with the case?
I went back to our South Precinct, which is at College Park, and I processed everything and put it in our property lockers.
Can you tell the jurors, what do you mean by processing the items or everything?
Processing simply means just separating it, categorizing it, and putting it on the inventory sheet. And putting it in the correct bags. And put it in the property lockers.
Okay. And I want to show you state exhibit 111. That's what you. And can you tell the jurors, is that a round that was actually chambered in the firearm that was found in the home?
Yes.
And the firearm that was found in the home was photographed by Detective Byrne and collected initially by Detective Byrne and Detective Stidle and returned to you.
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at in the next series of photographs in State's Exhibits 112 through 119?
Yes.
And the photographs in 112 through 119 are they the photographs of the actual firearm? That is State's Exhibit 149. Yes. Okay. And then lastly, in State's Exhibit 120. Was this the cards that we talked about earlier, the 2 Marta Breeze cards and the ID and then the tip top ID of the defendants that were located in the
Yes.
bedroom. Okay. Once you finish processing and then photographing again the items we've spoken about at a property and evidence of Marta and each other jurors, what your next steps were.
So once I finish bagging everything, we put everything in a locker and close it. Once it's closed, then our property and evidence department will come pick it up and take it to our property lockers, for the property division.
And when items of evidence are locked in the lock boxes or the lockers of MARTA, is it common that different items are then taken to other agencies like the Georgia Bureau of Investigations for testing?
It can be, yes.
And as it relates to the role that you played for this case, did this complete your involvement?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, but would like.
Ms. Wood, questions for Sergeant Nelson?
Very briefly, Judge. Good afternoon.
No.
Just want to clarify, you only responded to the Jernigan Drive location, correct?
Correct,
You never processed the scene at the MARTA station.
correct.
That's it. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Any follow-up to that, Mr. Abate? Jurors, questions for Sergeant Nelson? Unsurprisingly, we have a few. Thank you. All right, Sergeant, we're going to be back in a minute, and I'll have a few questions for you. I have to talk with the lawyers first.
Okay.
Counsel?
More than music.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the jurors when it was that you and Detective Steidel found and collected these items? Do you know the date?
Was it August 14th, 2024?
I can't answer questions for you, so I don't know.
24.
August 14th. Okay. The firearm that was found in the attic that you've now looked at and had pictures of, are you able to say either by looking at the firearm, and we can get it in front of you, or we get pictures, what kind of caliber it was? If it was a 45 or a 38?
Mhm.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Can we get the firearm for Sergeant, please? Which would be, so we're clear on the record, this is exhibit, thank you, 149. All right, are you able to tell the caliber of that firearm?
Yes, from my experience, 9mm.
Okay, does it have markings on it that says, I can't see the gun from
I
here.
think it'll be on the other side. Would you like me to
So
take it
you're
out?
allowed to touch it if you want to touch it. If you don't want to touch it, Mr. Abate will touch it or use scissors to flip it over. Oh, I didn't realize it was stuck in the box. I knew it was secured, it's doubly secured. Okay. Look at that wrist string. Or not. Do we need to get Deputy Gordon in the mix? He's having trouble with the scissors. Can you help him? Oh, he got it. All right. So states 149. What does it say?
380.
380. Now you said 9mm. Is there a similarity between the two?
Kind of, sort of. But I'm
Tell the
not,
jurors.
well, I'm not a gun expert, but just in my experience, it looked like 9mm.
Okay. The cartridges you collected, that box and whatnot, you refer to those as 9mm. Are they 9mm cartridges?
It was inscribed on, are you talking about the rounds?
The rounds.
Yes, it was inscribed on the round.
Okay.
The 9mm.
Were you involved in removing live rounds from the magazine of that gun?
Yes,
And what was the caliber of those live rounds?
9mm.
So you said you're not a gun expert. So if you're not the right person to answer it, say, I shouldn't answer this. Can a gun that is a 380 fire a 9mm round?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. Were all the rounds that you collected, and it was 4 different exhibits, 141, 42, 43, and 44. First, were they all 9mm rounds?
Yes.
And second, were they all live rounds? Meaning if you put them in a gun that can fire 9mm rounds, a bullet's gonna come out the barrel.
Correct.
Okay. Did you collect any shell casings?
No.
You didn't do any evidence collection work at the Art Center MARTA station?
No.
Just at the Jernigan address?
Correct.
Did you determine if the magazine, as you emptied it, was full or if there were rounds missing from it?
I can't remember the exact count.
Okay. Most of the evidence containers, boxes, bags that you were presented were sealed and you had to use scissors to open them. Do you recall if the bag that had the backpack in it, the thing you didn't want to touch, was that bag sealed?
Are we talking about the book bag itself?
No, the paper bag in which the book bag sat, was that bag sealed?
Just that fast. I don't remember.
Okay, do we have that bag here?
If it was, I would have put the clipping part in there, the part that I clipped.
Is there a clipping part in the bag? No, okay. Any reason why that bag would have been sealed differently or not sealed compared to some of the other bags or envelopes where you had to more expertly than Mr.
Sealed.
Pardon me?
Everything is sealed and initial.
Okay, but can she have that bag back, please? That's from, states 147. All right, so does it appear to you, first, were you the person who put the red tape on there and initial things, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay, is there something about the condition of the bag that is labeled 147 that says to you it has been opened?
No, I mean, other than, no.
So was it ever sealed or the way you packaged it because the backpack was big, just the bag itself was not sealed?
Yes, I sealed it. So once you put things in the bag, you'll fold it, seal it, you initial it.
Okay, I'm not asking the questions well. So at some point, 147 was locked tight, it was sealed.
Yes.
Okay, if it was handed to you today, not sealed, meaning it had been opened, what does that mean?
It was open before me, somewhere along the line.
Got it. And would that be unusual in your experience testifying in trials that from the time you had it, it had changed custody, et cetera, and someone had opened it to get access to what's inside?
You say, is that usual?
Would it be unusual for something like that to happen?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked or directed by any of the detectives to dust for fingerprints anywhere?
No.
Is that something is in your skill set?
Yes.
Okay, but that wasn't an assignment for you at the Jernigan address?
Correct.
All right. That's all I have. Mr. Body, any questions for Sergeant Nelson?
Sergeant Nelson, is it common before trial, that the DA's office has to pick up the evidence or admit it, during the trial of the case that we've done here today?
Correct.
And is it common prior to the testimony of any certain witness, that in items that are bulky in bag, that the DA's office opens the bag to look inside, prior to your testimony?
Possibly.
Okay. And based on what you were, and based on your role, as it relates to, working with Detective Steidel and Detective Byrne, was any testing at all asked of you, to be done on that book bag?
No, we don't have a lab. Well, Marta didn't have a lab. So any testing would everything would have been sent off.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wood?
Thank you, Judge. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. Once you process the evidence and enter it into the locker or however it happens, do you have any other contact with it between that point and right now?
No. Once the locker is sealed, it's sealed. No one has access, except for the property and evidence department.
Okay, and then at some point it transfers to the district attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you said you did not dust for fingerprints. Did you collect any DNA evidence at any point at that address? Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Thanks for being here.
Anything else, Mr. Body?
There you are.
All right. Thank you, Sarge, for your time. You are free. You can leave all that stuff there. It's someone else's issue. All right. Appreciate it. Next witness.
State calls Abby Bell.
Thanks, being raised right here. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but true self in God. Lord, I speak. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Abby Bell, Abbybell.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bell.
Hmm.
Just want to tell the jurors where you're employed and what you do for a living.
I am employed by Chamblee Police Department. I'm a crime intelligence analyst. I analyze crime trends, patterns, and work directly with our criminal investigations division.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been at a few different departments, but doing it for 13 years.
And as part of your job duties, do you at times receive still shot or media footage of potential suspects and then are asked to identify those individuals to the best of your ability?
I do. It does happen.
And is there a particular software that you can use, for instance, if you receive a still shot of a potential suspect to generate possible hits as to who that suspect might be?
I do. It's called Clearview. It's a facial recognition software.
So back in August of 2024, did you assist the MARTA Police Department in identifying a suspect in a homicide that they were investigating?
I did.
And did they provide you with still shots of media footage that they had received from surveillance cameras as it relates to who the suspect might be?
They did. They sent me a picture of a suspect.
And did you use the Clearview program to attempt to find out if you could determine an identity as it relates to the individual on those media images?
I did.
And as a result of inputting the media images that you were provided by MARTA Police Department, were you able to identify a potential suspect as it relates to who was depicted on those images?
I did.
Who was the individual that you received a hit on?
Xavier Mosley.
And was there a date of birth that was associated with Mr. Mosley?
Otherwise, I do not recall it.
And if I can just show you the email that you were presented to MARTA Police, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I'm gonna approach you with said email. Just take a second to review it and let me know if it refreshed your recollection as it relates to the date of birth of the Mr. Mosley you were able to identify.
Yes, that is correct. That's the email I sent with the date of birth.
And what was the date of birth?
10/24/88.
Now, in order to get those results, what does Clearview, what does it do in terms of how you're able to get that result?
So essentially, you can upload a photo and it cross-references with a database with a wide range of open source photos. So open source social media, mugshots, Department of Corrections photos. So it just kind of cross-references the face to say any faces that it looks similar based on its software platform and the database of a lot of photos.
And based on that process, you were able to receive the result that you just testified to, is that correct?
Correct. It was the only possible match in the program.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. I have no further questions.
Ms. Wood, do you have questions for what's happening there?
Turned the volume up, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you have any questions for Ms. Bell?
I do not. Thank you for being here.
Okay, jurors? Yes, why not? Thank you. Can you explain to the jurors, Ms. Bell, what the database is basically that you said it's called Clearview?
Clearview.
That Clearview has. So if you had the police bring you a picture of me, it's comparing against driver's license photos or movie stars or what's the universe, if that question makes sense?
It does. It absolutely does. Driver's license photos are not in there. It's essentially Clearview compiles it from multiple databases, but it's all open source public information. So I know mugshots are in there if they're like publicly available. Basically anything that you could see on open source public social media or Google, or if someone is like in a news article or previously arrested by another agency and it's posted online. So you would be able to find this picture through Google or online if you search it yourself. So basically it aggregates all of these publicly available images, compiles it all in one database, and then cross-references when you search the face to see if there's any matches.
It's pretty much anything you could find online, but that means it excludes, like you said, driver's license or state ID photos.
Correct.
Okay. What is the accuracy rate, by which I mean accuracy rate, I guess? Are there misidentifications, or it's 1,000% right every time?
It's definitely like, it is essentially, it is a pointer system. If you have no idea the person's identification or anything, it's a pointer system to say, hey, this person, look, this face looks very similar. It's very likely. It kind of generally does. If there's no matches or no likely returns, it won't come back with anything. It will say some where it's higher probability, and then it will say others that are less likely. But it's really a pointer system where it will come back and say this is likely the same person or the same face, but then it's up to the detective or the investigations to basically go with that and build the case. So you're never supposed to like make a case or identify a suspect with absolute certainty just on facial recognition. It's just an initial pointer.
Sounds like it's more giving you a lead that this could be, based on this photo you gave us, you could be looking for Robert McBurney.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so if you had a twin brother, it could say, and there were photos available of that identical looking twin, it could say it's actually Billy McBurney you're looking for. That was my twin.
And so at that point, it would be up to the detective to basically substantiate which of those twins or which of the persons. So do call records, whatever the case, to kind of solidify that that is the correct person, but definitely something to consider.
Any follow-up questions for Ms. Bell from the state?
Yes, sir. Ms. Bell, you indicated the Clearview program that you use essentially is cross-references of whatever media images you get with other photographs in your database to identify who that might be. Would that also include mugshots or photographs taken by the Department of Community Supervision that would be in your database?
If those pictures are available online, if it's pulling, like, so most of the time they are, like, it's Department of Corrections, their photos, as long as the photo is online on the website and publicly available, then yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Wood, anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bell, for your time. Next witness.
They were called Erica Menifee.
You face me, raise your right hand. We swear affirm that testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You know what I see. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
You said state and stuff. Erica Menifee, ERICA, MENEFE.
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Menifee. Can you tell the jurors, what do you do for a living?
I work at JJ's,
Okay, and,
What's JJ's?
a restaurant.
It's a restaurant?
Yes,
What kind of restaurant?
fast food restaurant.
and, how long do you work there?
I recently started working there in January.
Okay, and, can you tell the jurors, do you know a person named Xavier Mosley?
Yes,
And, how do you know Mr. Mosley?
we was in a relationship.
Okay, and, how long, were you and Mr. Mosley, in a relationship?
For the past, the 2 years before he got arrested.
Okay. And, can you tell us, did you live together, or did you live separately?
I was staying with him, until we ended up breaking up.
Okay, and were you staying with him at this house at 226 Jernigan Drive?
Yes,
And what was that for you? And how long have you been staying with him during the 2 years that you guys ultimately were in a relationship?
well, it was, majority of the 2 years besides like a month. I think.
And in State's Exhibit 71, is this a photograph of the room that Mr. Mosley and yourself at times slept in?
Yeah,
Okay. And do you remember about the time, how long before Mr. Mosley was arrested, that you guys had broken up?
we had recently broken up before he got arrested.
Okay.
But was that like a week before or a month before?
No, that was some days before. We actually had I broke up with him. That was that Sunday when I broken up with him.
The Sunday just before he got arrested?
Yes.
And can you tell the juror, I guess, what were the circumstances or why did your relationship end? It sounds like in August of 2024.
Objection, judge relevance.
It goes to motive, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll allow a high-level exploration of this and then we'll see how far we need to go.
Yes, the question I have, please.
Okay,
Okay, so you can answer the question. And the question was, can you tell the jurors why your relationship ended in August of 2024 with Xavier Mosley?
Just got tired of being accused
Okay, and what were you being accused of?
of cheating.
Okay, and who at those times had Mr. Mosley been accusing you of cheating with?
Mostly anybody, really.
Were there at times, and do you remember telling detectives there were times that he would accuse you of cheating with people he worked with at Tip Top Poultry?
Objection, judge, this is a leading question.
I'll allow the question.
Oh, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, Miss Menifee, do you know anyone named DeMarco Mathis? And did you know anyone actually that worked with Xavier Mosley at Tip Top Poultry? Okay. Can you tell the jurors, you can look around the courtroom if you have to stand, that's okay. Do you see the person you were in a relationship with, Mr. Xavier Mosley, in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Okay, and if you can you just identify him by describe an article of clothing he has on, and then who's either sitting to his left or to his right?
What, a plaid shirt?
And he's on his right hand side, is there a male or a female sitting next to him?
Yes, a female.
At this time around the statement, we put on the record that Ms. Menifee has identified the defendant, Xavier Mosley.
She has.
And then I want to show you State Exhibit 56. And is that a photograph of Mr. Mosley that you see in front of you in State Exhibit 56?
I don't think that's in evidence yet, so you should
Oh,
take that down.
let me,
I've been trying to keep track. I don't think 56 is in yet. I'm getting seconded by,
my apologies, I meant to do State Exhibit 57, which is
it has.
is this another picture of the person you have described here today and talked about, who you previously dated, Xavier Mosley.
Yes.
Here, I don't have any further questions at this time.
Ms. Wood, do you have questions for Ms. Menifee?
I do not. Thank you for being here.
All right, jurors, any questions? No? Yes? Okay, Deputy Gordon? All right, I need to talk with the lawyers for just a second. I'll be back and I have a couple questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Yes. Yes. All right. Some of the questions I ask you may have been covered a little bit before, but we're going to cover them a little bit. First, you ended the relationship with Mr. Mosley before he was arrested in this case or after he was arrested in this case?
It was before.
Okay. Did Mr. Mosley ever talk to you about having conflicts with, disagreements with, fights with coworkers at Tip Top?
Well, not recently to the incident, but before the incident.
Okay, tell me what you mean. But by incident, you're talking about what he got arrested for?
No.
No, what incident are you talking about?
I don't know, I think he got into it with somebody, a coworker.
At Tip Top?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know who that person was?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he talk to you about what their disagreement was?
I guess it was a misunderstanding because the same thing, like he's thinking that, people talking to me or whatever.
Okay. Had you ever heard of the name DeMarco Mathis before people started talking to you about this case?
No.
So you don't know if that's someone that Mr. Mosley was friends with outside of being a coworker at Tip Top?
No,
Okay. And it sounds like Mr. Mosley never specifically accused you of having an affair with DeMarco Mathis. Have you spoken with Mr. Mosley since his arrest in this case? How would you describe your relationship with him now, since you guys broke up?
well, basically, talking, trying to resolve our relationship.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Ms. Menifee based on those answers? Take a second.
I just have very briefly, Ms. Menefee, at any point prior to the shooting that you've been talking about here today, but just the incident that you referenced and before Mr. Mosley's arrest, had he ever brought up DeMarco Mathis's name to
No.
you? No.
No,
And he ever told you that he had any sort of conflict with DeMarco Mathis?
no, I never even heard of his name until the case.
Nothing further.
Ms. Wood, any questions for Ms. Menifee?
No questions. Thank you again.
Okay, appreciate you being here. You're free to go. So I've got a feeling it would be a good time for a break. We'll do that. We'll break for about 10 minutes-ish. Again, you're in charge. If I send Deputy Gordon in there to say, let's get back in here, you can always mute me and say it's not time yet. That hallway is yours to spread out down quietly. And we'll try to fire back up a little before 3 o'clock. Don't talk about the case back in the jury room. No outside research. We're very adept at putting questions on cards. That's the way we get your questions asked, if not answered. I'll see you all in about 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
All right, for jury.
Coors Light. Nice one. Mr. Body, where are we timeline wise? We'll start up a little before 3. You've got the detective, the lead detective left. You've got the medical examiner, firearms examiner. That's it. Okay.
The technology works, then I don't expect Detective Stidle's testimony to be incredibly lengthy. There's not a lot to talk about.
Okay.
But if it doesn't, that may add a little bit of time.
Because we've got some audio visual, not just still pictures.
But yeah, a lot of video.
Okay, I offer up again, if you get me a thumb drive. Ooh.
This door is locked too.
So I can give you a thumb drive. The issue is their video, there are times that it's rather lengthy. So jumping from time to time to time.
Right.
It may be difficult. I mean,
You know the time marks, or you would know more by, oh, if I'd sort of drag here, I recognize now that's where I want to be.
but that's usually, yes.
Okay. All right, we can work it however you want. You can think about it over the break, but I'm happy to see if that makes it flow more smoothly, just because I've got the blue cable going into this computer.
Right.
I wonder what would happen if you took the blue cable out of that computer and put it in yours. It may not be blue, but there should be, or is that connected by Wi-Fi?
Connected by Wi-Fi.
Okay.
I could hook it straight up to that, but then the monitor.
Yeah, I mean, you do have your whatever that screen is called. If it becomes necessary, you should feel free to do that. Let's see what we can do. But otherwise, you're good to go.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Wood, anything from the defense? All right, so it seems like the furthest we would get would be state rest today, which means, depending on when that is, we could take up charge conference today, et cetera. If it's late enough, then it would just be the state rests in the morning. Mr. Mosley, you and I will talk about whether you want to testify. We could have a charge conference and we just have the jurors show up a little late, and then get to whatever presentation, if any, the defense is going to have. Okay, sounds like a plan. I'll see everyone in about 10 minutes. And I will mute things here. Was that on like Spirit or something?
Delta.
Delta?
Delta?
$90.
Well, it's gonna be, it was 1 week.
Oh, okay, so 180.
Pick him up and then book it, me and him to come back.
Yeah.
That's still good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Rivers, you ready?
Yes.
We are back on the record, and ready to bring the jurors in after the afternoon break on Wednesday, the 25th. Mr. Abadi, anything before we bring the jurors in?
Just one thing, Your Honor, just so we can be prepared. So if we get to the point where the state point arrest today, and hopefully we get there. Obviously, before the state arrest, I'm gonna tender states exhibits 1 and 2, which are just certified copies of convictions. I won't read what the convictions are. I'll read, the 2 case numbers, 12FD and 13C.
One is an armed robbery, the other is an attempted armed robbery. Both are convictions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you'll get those in the record as you need to. And I guess we can the stipulation we can get in front of the jury. It doesn't just before, that has to be before closings, but that could happen in the morning if we fill up the rest of the day. Okay. Have you assessed the technology situation and how you want to handle things with Stidle?
So I guess what I'll do is I can give you this jump drive. And if it really starts to mess up, the court can play it.
I can be your backup.
Because I have clips.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wood, anything else before the jurors come in? Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring them in, please.
The folder is 111 Mosley. There's several folders on there, but you'll see.
The one that's Mosley, okay.
These are just the best. The last thing. Card that was out of Got it.
So you had turned your speaker up because she was soft-spoken?
Yeah.
Okay,
So didn't get too loud.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Then I talked to the microphone. I was like, what? All right, so there's an Art Center and an East Point folder within it. You'll let me know what you need, if you need it. Okay.
Are you in the room?
All around from jurors. You as the president of the county for?
Oh,
I never cut it on.
oh, you never, it hasn't been on at all today? Oh, where you been? Okay, out of town, bad, left field. All right, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with the state's presentation of their case. We may get to the end of that today. We'll see what time it is, but Mr. Abadi confirmed that they remain very much on schedule. If we don't end today with the state resting, then there might be one state's witness that we would take up in the morning, and then the state will be done with its case in chief, and we'll see if the defense is going to be presenting anything. Of course, no burden on the defense, so they may call no witnesses. Mr. Abadi, next witness.
They call Detective Stiles.
Thank you, raise your hand. You swear affirm the testimony you will give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Lord, have a seat. Can you state this for your name, the record?
My name's Brett Steidle, B-R-E-T-T Steidle, S-T-E-I-D-L-E.
Hey, good afternoon, Detective Stiles. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I am a detective with the MARTA Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Martin Police Department?
Be 11 years this September.
Okay. And prior to working with the MARTA Police Department, did you have any employment in the law enforcement area?
Yes, right before MARTA, I worked with Department of Community Supervisions under felony probation.
And you currently said you're a detective with the MARTA Police Department?
That's correct.
Tell the jurors a little bit about your daily responsibilities and duties as a detective with the MARTA Police Department.
So as a detective at MARTA, we are assigned cases on a somewhat daily basis of all the crimes that occur at MARTA. Our department, we don't have specialized units as in burglary detective, homicide detectives, special victims detectives. We all receive cases in everything from simple criminal trespasses cases all the way to homicide investigations. We are kind of like a multi-tool. We do it all.
And as a part of being a multi-tool or doing it all, can you tell the jurors as a part of your training that you received when you initially began at the MARTA Police Department, and as you continued, you received training in the area of photographing and processing evidence?
Yes, that's correct. I've went on and achieved my intermediate and advanced certifications as a police officer.
Okay. And I'm assuming those certifications include, things that are trainings that crime scene technicians would also receive in regards to photographing items of evidence and processing items of evidence.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is it unusual? I know you said there's no specialized units within the MARTA Police Department, but is it unusual for MARTA detectives to have to process their own crime scenes or photograph their own crime scenes?
No, it's not unusual at all.
Okay. Is that something that happens pretty regularly?
Yes, it's
And
pretty
it's-
regular.
Working with the crime scene tech, a luxury that you're fortunate to have sometimes.
Yes, it's a very good luxury to have sometimes.
Now, when you were employed with the MARTA Police Department back on August 11th of 2024.
I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on that date when you were employed, and I guess even going back, was there a typical or regular shift that you worked in regards to when you were on duty?
With the unit I am, we are a Monday through Friday. And then typically every week we have an on-call detective. Where on the weekends, where if calls come out, the on-call will be responsible for responding to each and every case on a case-by-case basis, determining if we are needed or not.
Okay, and back on August 11th of 2024, that was a Sunday. Were you the on-call detective?
I was not the on-call detective. Detective Byrne, who was in here earlier, was the on-call detective. He responded to a call right before this where a person was found deceased at the King Memorial Station, I believe. And so since he was dealing with that, Lieutenant Philistine called and asked if I wouldn't mind to come and respond to the scene and take lead for this case.
Okay, so because Detective Byrne was tied up on another case or call out, is it fair to say that at that point you were dispatched to this incident location, the 1255 West Peachtree Street, the Art Center Station?
That's correct.
And is that a MARTA station, the Art Center Station, in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
That's correct.
And can you tell the jurors, what did you do first when you responded to the Art Center Station after being dispatched to call out?
When I first arrived on the scene, I like to generally get a gist of what's going on because I just received a phone call that shots were fired at the bus loop at the Art Center Station. That's really all I knew. So when I arrived there on the scene, I like to know what exactly happened, what all has been looked at beforehand, and get a general census of what I am looking at in the area that's roped off with the crime scene. Once that crime scene, I've looked at it, what I'm looking at, what all is there, I have an idea in my head what actually kind of occurred. So I'll take and then grab my camera and my placards with the numbers on it for evidence that I'm going to look at specifically. I'll take and start my photographs, photograph the area, see the evidence, log the evidence, and keep the evidence.
Okay. And so I want to back up just a little bit. When you arrived, you said you kind of assessed the area of the scene that had been roped off as the crime scene.
That's correct.
And can you tell the jurors what is the purpose of the roping off or the yellow tape that was, I guess, roping off the area of the bus loop when you arrived at the Art Center Station?
Because we rope it off for integrity, because you want it to remain the same as if when that incident first occurred. So everything that's laying there was there in the same spot for when the crime actually happened. So when we take these pictures and present them later on, you'll have an idea of how it looked like and how it was preserved from when the incident actually occurred. We want to make sure it's all there. It wasn't touched. It wasn't moved in any way. Nothing was manipulated in any way to show anything different. You want to show the true value and integrity of the crime scene.
It is another way of saying that, but that it's the way to secure the crime scene from any outside influences.
That's correct.
Right. And so you said when you arrived, that had been done. Did you also, as a part of kind of assessing the circumstance, speak to any other officers, field protective specialists, or other detectives that were on scene?
I mainly spoke to my supervisor, Lieutenant Philistine, and the incident commander that was there. And they gave me a basis because when I got there, Lieutenant Philistine was already on scene, and he pretty much gave me a rundown of what exactly had occurred.
And before or prior to taking any photographs, do you, as a part of your assessment, kind of walk the scene? Is that another, I guess, means or way for you to get kind of an initial understanding and gist of the crime scene and what you're initially dealing with?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as State Exhibits 13 through 38. And if you will let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, these are the photographs I took of the crime scene there at the Art Center on the day of August 11th.
Okay. Prior to your testimony here today, right now, if you had an opportunity to go through State Exhibits 13 through 38.
Yes, I've viewed each individual picture.
Okay. And you said that they were photographs that you took of the crime scene. Do the photographs that State Exhibit 13 through 38 fairly accurately depict the photos that you took on August 11th, 2024 of the bus loop area at the Marta Art 6.
They do accurately depict Art Center bus loop.
This time around, the state contender was from Marcus 6, exhibits 13 through 38.
Any, no objection. Okay, they're admitted.
Now, before we get into the photographs, Detective, can you tell the jurors when you're taking your photos, is there a specific way that you take and organize your photos in order to capture the crime scene like you described here today?
You'd like to start off with your location of where you're at, some kind of identifying marker to show that you are at a certain place at that time. So I'd take a picture of the MARTA sign that's typically on the street to symbolize this is the MARTA Art Center Transit Station. And then from there, I would just walk and show the path I took to get to that crime scene from that initial sign. So I just take pictures on the way and then take overall pictures of the crime scene when I get there. And then when I get to the actual evidence, I'll take pictures of the evidence. And then after I've collected those pictures, I'll place my placards with numbers on them to depict what I'm looking at and what it is symbolizing as evidence.
Okay, and so that's already been admitted into evidence, stating that the 3. Do you know what states of 3 is?
Yes, it's the printout of the call log that's kept in the CAD from MARTA Police Communications. So when our dispatch receives a call, the dispatchers will input everything that goes over the radio from the initial caller to everything up until the scene has been terminated or the incident is over. So it's all kept in chronological order. It keeps log of who all responds to scenes, what's said over the radio, just so there's a log and preservation of this call of service.
And did this call of service, states of the 3, show or indicate that the call of service from the field protective specialist came in at 9 p.m.?
May I look?
Yes, the evidence.
Yes, the protective specialist called it in right at 9 o'clock.
And you talked about that it records officers who were dispatched and arrived. Does the CAD report indicate that Officer Marcone was the first responding officer?
That's correct.
Okay. And within the CAD report, do you see on the second page, if you go to where it says, wow, do you see where it says dispatcher remarks?
Yes.
And if you go to, you see where it says at 2103, there's a black clothing. You see that where it says that?
Yes. It says 3300 advised via CCTV, which 3300 is a South Line lieutenant who works on the South Line from Garnett to the College Park train stations. He advised that he saw on camera CCTV that a 30B male, which is our code for a black male, wearing black clothing, baggy black pants, black and red baseball cap, was the suspect involved in this incident at Art Center.
Okay, and so that description is a description that is recorded and it's dispatched through, I guess, your call service and through the different officers as to be on the lookout for an individual matching that description.
Yes, that's
And was
correct.
that the description that was used for assisting detectives like Sergeant Pullen in an attempt to locate anyone matching that description within the Art Center station and then the surrounding area on the streets?
That's correct.
Okay, now I want to show you. I want to show you State's Exhibit 4. That's already been admitted into evidence. Now, you described that you take a photograph of, I guess, the area in which your scene that you respond to is. Is this an example of what you're talking about? The state's board.
Is there something on the screen?
Oh, your screen has something on there. Press stay mute. And then do you not see?
Okay,
There we go.
sorry. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, what is Exhibit 4 a photograph of?
That will show where I explained earlier, my first picture to indicate the location of where I'm at. That's the MARTA sign there at the Art Center station depicting that's where the transit station is located from the street.
Now, while I'm getting the other photographs up, can you kind of explain to the jurors within the city of Atlanta area where exactly is the Art Center station located?
It's on Peachtree Street near, I believe I want to say 10th Street, maybe. I just know it's on Peachtree Street. It's very near the Atlantic Station, because I know the Art Center has Atlantic Station buses that frequently go through there, and it's right next to 85.
Okay, is it in close proximity to the High Museum?
Yes, it's right in front of the High Museum.
Now, in State's Exhibit 9, can you, of course, can't. Oh, it's good. There we go. In State's Exhibit 9, can you explain to the jurors the area that we're looking at here within the MARTA Arts Center station transit?
That's going to be the area that responding officers roped off with crime scene tape to secure the integrity of the crime scene. And it's going to be located at the north end of the bus loop. So imagine if you're traveling northbound on the train, you'd just be heading north into the station. That's just how we indicate the different sides is the travel of the train. So that's the north end of the bus loop.
Okay. And the yellow tape that we see, can anyone just enter into or go beyond that tape? Or do you have that specific permission? Who can go through there?
You have to have specific permission. You need to have a reason of why you need to be in there. Not just anyone can be in the scene. The only people that are allowed in the scene are the initial first responding officers, and then whoever has a purpose, i.e. detectives, medical examiners, EMS, and whoever we deem necessary to be in the scene with us.
And in State's Exhibit 13, can you tell the jurors, as you've moved in to the area past the crime scene tape, what are we looking at here, and why did you take this photo?
That's going to be the area and location of the bus loop where the incident took place. That's going to be the bench where both the suspect and the victim were sitting on prior to the incident. And that's where you'll see medical supplies and the victim's belongings right there.
Okay. And did you take photographs of what we're looking at here in State Exhibit 13 from all different angles and close-up photographs of State Exhibit 13?
That's correct.
And for time and efficiency purposes, is that what we would see in the coming exhibits? And I'll just, for example, in State's Exhibit 17, is this another angle of State's Exhibit 13 as you move further closer to the bench that we see depicted?
That's firm. That's correct. I was just moving clockwise around.
Okay. Is that what we see here in State Exhibit 18 and then moving into State Exhibit 19?
That's correct.
Okay, so in State Exhibit 19, do you see on the bench, and we'll get a closer up photo, the book bag here in State Exhibit 22?
Yes, that was the victim's book bag.
Okay, and were there identifying, I guess, information, IDs and things of that nature that belonged to the victim, Jamarco Mathis, found within that bag?
There is a prescription bottle with the victim's name inside the book bag.
Now, you talked a little bit about earlier, using placards, as you processed and photographed the crime scene. Can you tell us, what do you mean by a placard? And, what's the purpose of using a placard, when you are photographing and processing your crime scene?
So the placards are used to signify evidence. We'll mark each one with a number for this is the first piece of evidence, second piece of evidence, so on and so forth until you have marked each one. It helps signify. So when, after we take these photos and then we take the photos with the placards, you'll know what exactly you're looking at in these photographs as to why this is important in that photo.
And it is State Exhibit 25. You see the yellow placards marked 1 and 2. Are those examples of what you're referring to from markers for different pieces of evidence?
That's correct.
Okay. And before I get into what State's Exhibit, or what 1 and 2 represent in State's Exhibit 25, I want to go to first. I go to State's Exhibit 31. Now, do you see the placard number 3 in State's Exhibit 31?
That's correct.
And what item of evidence State's Exhibit, or excuse me, is placard number 3 in State's Exhibit 31 marking or for?
It's going to be for the book bag due to the measurements of the placard facing towards the book bag.
Okay. Now, did you also take photographs of what's the contents of the book bag?
Yes.
And it States Exhibit 36. In States Exhibit 36, is that what we're looking at here?
That's correct. It's going to show the initial top view of what was on the book bag with his phone there. And then there's going to be subsequent photos showing what was inside the book bag.
And in States Exhibit 37, are these also items which are depicted in States Exhibit 37 that were found around the book bag?
That's correct.
And in States Exhibit 38, is this when the inside, I guess, of the bag is photographed for your processing and photographing of the scene?
That's correct.
Is that what we see here in States Exhibit 39 as well?
That's correct.
And within States Exhibit 39, can you tell the jurors what kind of, I guess, badge do you see in States Exhibit 39?
It's going to be from the tip top warehouse that the victim and the later on finding out where the suspect both work together.
Okay. Now I want to go back to States Exhibit 25, 26. And can you tell the jurors in States Exhibit 26, what is items for placards 1 and 2 marking, or what do they signify?
They're going to be they're both going to be 2 spent 9mm SMB shell casings.
You said they're SMB shell casings?
Yes, SMB.
S, the letter, ampersand, B, the letter, or S, Nancy, Bravo?
No, it's going to be S and the and, like where you get on the keyboard,
Hmm?
and then just the letter B.
Okay.
And in States Exhibit 27, is this, I guess, a close-up of the shell casing, one of the shell casings that you just described?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 153. Okay. Here, you will I'll look at 153 if you need. If you need scissors to fancy the bag. It's the scissors, it's not the rest. Okay, and do you recognize State's Exhibit 152?
Yes, I do. It's the small clear plastic baggie I used at the scene where I dated it at the top, the time I collected it, and the location at the Art Center train station.
And are those the projectile, or excuse me, the shell casings that you photographed and that we saw in the last series of photos, starting with 25, 26, and State Exhibit 27?
That's correct, they are.
That's time out of the state with tender, what's been marked as State Exhibit 152 in evidence.
No objection.
152 is admitted.
And just to be clear, Detective, after you photograph the items that we see before us, did you personally collect the items and bag them?
That's correct. I personally collected them, bagged them in the small plastic bag, and then I put them in the larger evidence bag right here to indicate the chain of custody and where I collected the shell casings.
And then the next series of photos, and we'll just move to State Exhibit 29. It states Exhibit 29, just a very similar photo, but of the second showcasing that was collected, and that is State Exhibit 152.
That's correct.
Now, in State's Exhibit 33, and can you tell the jurors why did you take this photo and what does it represent?
Going to be a picture of the victim's flip-flop or slide that he was wearing. When the victim was shot, he fell off the bench and he was rolling around on the ground and the flip-flop came off.
Now, after I want to move to State's Exhibit, 34. Is that the other sandal?
That's correct.
And is that why you or marked it with placard number 5?
That's correct.
You tell the jurors in State's Exhibit 35, what is placard 36 identifying or representing?
It's going to be blood stains from the victim from laying on the ground, and also where that's the approximate location where he received treatment from the responding officers and EMS.
And so after you finish photographing the items that you see or part of your investigation is having evidentiary value and collecting those items after photographing them next to the placard, you tell the jurors, what are your next steps on the scene?
Once I've gone through the scene, collected everything, and I have deemed that there's no more evidentiary value of the scene, there's nothing for me to collect, I give the scene back to the precinct that station's at for them to release or start the cleanup of the scene. And then I go on and continue my investigation.
And when you arrived on scene, after you got the phone call that you were being assigned as the lead detective, was the victim, Mr. DeMarco Mathis, still present?
No, he was transported to Grady Hospital.
And did you get information as relates to his transport from Grady as to his condition?
Yes, I was notified that Dr. Jonathan Nugent pronounced DeMarco Mathis deceased at 21:42 hours, so 9:42.
Now, while on scene, were you able to locate let me ask you this, is every MARTA station here within the city of Atlanta and then all the other stations represented, all the way up to Gwinnett, are they equipped with video surveillance cameras?
That's correct.
And does the clarity or are there different types of cameras throughout the property where different types of clarity of the actual video surveillance footage? Is that something that you see often?
Yes, some cameras are clearer than others, but they're all the same system, the Genetec system, where they record and it records the day-to-day operations of MARTA 24 hours.
And having, based on what we've reviewed in State Exhibit 3, the CAD report, knowing a description as well as the general time in which the shooting occurred, were you able to locate any video surveillance footage of the bus loop and locate the shooting?
Yes, I was able to find and locate a camera in the Art Center bus loop that clearly depicts the shooting and what had occurred on the night of August 11th.
Okay. And prior to playing that for the jury, did you also locate any additional footage from MARTA trains and buses and things of that nature?
Yes,
And did you pull footage from MARTA buses in the East Point station for days before the homicide?
that's correct.
Specifically, did you look at days from August 5th all the way up to day before, August 10th, 2024?
That's correct.
Your Honor, in addition to the surveillance that's already been admitted into evidence, states that it's 41, 42, 40, and 43, I would also tender what's been marked as state exhibit 156, which is MARTA video surveillance from August 9th from bus 1805. And then state exhibit 157 is MARTA video surveillance from bus 7094 for the same date, Your Honor.
All right, so the ones you mentioned in the 40s are already in 40 through 43. I think that was a business record situation. 156 and 157, which is surveillance from two different MARTA buses, you're tendering through the detective.
Yes, I would tender them under the same business records exception.
Okay.
Relates to the certificate that was provided.
Okay, so they were covered by, included in the certification from the MARTA records custodian. Okay. All right, Ms. Wood, any objection to the admission of 156 and 157?
Sure.
Both are in.
Okay, so Detective Steidel, you said you were able to locate footage of the actual shooting?
That's correct.
And can you tell the jurors, I guess, how are you able to access the MARTA video surveillance or this CCTV, I think is how you described it?
Each detective, we have our own monitor and computer set up in our offices where we have access to the CCTV in the stations, then also have access to the trains and buses as well within our office.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, after you were able to locate the shooting in the bus route area of the MARTA Center, the MARTA Arts Center station, were you able to then follow the person who fired the gun throughout the Arts Center station and through his use of a MARTA train and a MARTA bus?
Yes, I was able to then proceed to go backwards and find where he originally got onto MARTA from a bus to train station to train station.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 40 at approximately 8:57. 42. All right, is it on your screen?
That's correct.
All right, we're looking at State's Exhibit 40. Where at the Art Center station are we looking at? If you could orient for the jurors.
It's going to be, this camera is more in the middle of the east side of the bus loop, but it's pointing in the north direction at not that first bench you see right there, but the second bench where you can see people sitting there behind the pillar is where you previously have seen photos here just a couple minutes ago of the crime scene.
And as the video is playing, can you tell the jurors, are you able to see the arrival of the individuals on the bench prior to the shooting?
That's correct. I see Mr. Mosley sit there first, and then DeMarco Mathis comes shortly after, and they sit right down next to each other.
And is the video surveillance that we see in front of us here, do you see at the bottom is it timestamped and is it dated?
That's correct.
Okay, and the timestamp that you're looking at now, can you tell the jurors what time is it on August 11th?
It's going to be 8:57:56 on August 11th of 2024.
Is there audio if we had the ability to play that, or these cameras at the MARTA stations are purely video?
The cameras at the stations is purely video, but trains and buses have audio.
Okay.
And detective, is this the angle that we're looking at now? And I stopped it at 8:58 and 19 seconds. It State Exhibit 40. Is this, I guess, the initial way that you're able to see the description that you read to the jury earlier from State Exhibit 3?
Yes, that's correct. That's when the Lieutenant 3300 gave out that initial description of the suspect.
Okay. And if it will allow me, do you recall, as a part of your investigation, what time you were able to determine that the individuals you were later able to identify as the defendant, Mr. Mosley, and the victim in this case, Mr. Mathis, kind of arrived to that bench that we talked about here today?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes.
So Mr. Mosley sits down at approximately 8:27:24, and then Mr. Mathis sits down next to him at 8:27:34. So there's about 10 seconds between each of them sitting next to each other.
And is that what we're seeing in States Exhibit 40 at starting at 8:26:54?
That's correct.
And is this the time at 8:27:04 you just described, where you see the person you later were able to identify as Mr. Mosley enter the screen?
That's correct.
And then you said Mr. Mathis, he comes from which side?
He's going to come from, well, I'm looking at the monitor, the left side, I believe it might be, the left side there with the construction vest on, carrying the book bag as well. And he's going to sit down right there next to the suspect at the time, Mr.
And
Mosley.
we talked about earlier that the shooting occurs at approximately 8:58 and, give or take a couple seconds. But his arrival, or the arrival of both Mr. Mosley and Mr. Mathis is approximately 8:27. Can you tell the jurors, did you watch the entire video from 8:27 to 8:58?
I did.
And at any point in those approximately 31 minutes, is there any indication that there's any sort of argument or physical struggle that occurs?
There is not. That you can see them, how they are sitting there. They sit there the whole time until you eventually see Mr. Mosley rock back and forth. He rocks back and forth a couple times, proceeds to stand up. He pulls his firearm out, shoots DeMarco Mathis 2 times.
So is it fair to say if we were to sit here for the next 31 minutes and watch the video, the only thing that you saw and that the jurors would see is DeMarco Mathis and Xavier Mosley sitting on the bench that we talked about today.
That's correct. They'd just be sitting there.
Now, you said from this video, you were able to backtrack the, I guess, the path of travel or the different types of trains and buses that the defendant was able to use to get to this ultimate station, the Art Center station.
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jurors kind of how you were able to do that?
So when we have an incident, you backtrack an individual to see the original location of coming on MARTA. Because usually when people that I've known to investigate that use MARTA usually have the same travel patterns. They like to use the same stations. They like to use a bus or multiple buses because they go to the same place, and then buses depending on the times of the bus arrival and departing around the area they go. So using the backtracking technique, you can get a time frame and estimate of when people normally ride, because we're creatures of habit. You know, if we're using it for work, we're using transit for work, you want to make sure you arrive to work early, because MARTA, as y'all might know if you use MARTA, there's delays, there's anything can happen on MARTA to prevent an interruption in service. So you just go backtrack, but also when I'm backtracking, there's a potential for a better quality of camera to capture the suspect. So I can get better images of the suspect to help identify the suspect. So I want to use all cameras and tools accessible to me to find the suspect.
That's something that you did here.
Yes,
And you're doing what you just described and kind of backtracking and following the different ways and different directions that the defendant traveled. Were you able to see how the defendant arrived to the Art Center station?
that's correct. He arrived by train.
Okay. And in States Exhibit, still States Exhibit 40, is this another angle of the Art Center station? Okay, good one.
That's correct. That's another angle. It's just on the platform within the Art Center train station where the north and southbound trains arrive. This angle is depicting the northbound platform.
Okay. And do you recall which do you see on the, I guess, the right-hand side, the MARTA train?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that the train the defendant exits and enters the Art Center station?
That's correct.
Do you remember the number or what number the train was?
It's going to be train car 223.
And if you'll tell me when to stop, you see the defendant exit train car 223.
Stop.
Okay. And I guess you can touch the screen. We'll just do it for efficiency purposes. Do you see the three people kind of in the middle of the screen?
That's correct.
Of those three people, can you point for the jurors which one you identified as the defendant?
The defendant's going to be the last one of the three. So you see the white shirt, red shirt, and then you're going to see the defendant wearing the black shirt, the black and red baseball cap, the chain around the neck, black pants, and the white shoes, also carrying that book bag on his back there.
And do you see the stairs in States Exhibit 40 on this angle of the video, which is the northbound platform, stairs and escalator?
Yes, so the stairs are going to be right here to our left.
Where do those lead?
It's going to lead up inside the paid area, the concourse. So that's going to be where the fare gates are located, where you enter and or exit into that concourse area.
And is that where we see the defendant go as you continue to play this angle?
That's correct.
And in this next video. Also on State's Exhibit 40, can you explain to the jurors where we are in the MARTA station or MARTA Art Center station now?
So it's going to be inside the station. That's going to be commonly referred to us as the inside paid area where patrons come in through the fare gates to go to the platform because the platform is underneath at Art Center Station. So you'll see shortly where the defendant walks up the stairs inside that concourse area.
That him there at 8:25:31.
That's correct.
Okay. And are there other cameras? You said that there's other cameras near the what you referred to as the fair area of the station where people would buy tickets for MARTA as well as kind of enter into the different areas of the MARTA station.
That's correct. There's camera angles located that directly view the fare gates.
Is that what we're looking at here from the video angle ACC 17 of the Arts Center heading towards the bus loop in just a moment. Is this the fare gates that you were talking about?
Yes, that's going to be the fare gates that lead out to the stairs and escalator that leads patrons to the bus loop.
Okay. And do you see the individual, if you go to, I guess, fare gates over from the right-hand side, the side of the exhibit, this book bag and person wearing the vest, is that Mr. Mathis entering the fare station?
That is going to be Mr. Mathis, but Mr. Mathis is exiting the station at
Okay.
that point.
And when he's exiting the station, in what direction is he going?
To that concourse area where the breeze machines are. And then once you pass those breeze machines, they're located on both sides. There's an elevator, stairs, and escalator that take you up into the bus loop area.
So he's exiting or the area where you would catch a MARTA train and going towards where you would either meet someone as it relates to getting on a bus together or where the buses meet.
That's correct.
Right. And then if we keep playing the exhibit, you see if we stop in the top right-hand corner, the individual, you can just see kind of an outline of their hair and the hat. You see that person?
That's correct.
Is that the defendant, Mr. Mosley, as he continued to travel through the Art Center station from where he got off on train 223 and heads towards the bus loop?
That's correct. He used the emergency exit that's located next to the fare gates.
And you described either the ability to take an elevator or an escalator down from the area where you're exiting the transit area where you pick up the MARTA trains to the bus loop.
Yes.
And is that what we see here? And Yeah. And do you see kind of past the escalator towards the middle of this angle, the Lombardi entrance and escalator to busway? You see at the bottom of the escalator to the left-hand side?
Yes.
And is that the escalator down that you would use to get to the area of the bus loop?
I believe that's the escalator that they use to go up
Okay.
into the bus loop.
And if you are looking at the top middle part of the screen, can you tell me at any point when I hit play, do you see the defendant traveling towards the bus loop? I'll try it one more time. Well, if it did play, would you see at an out point at approximately a little after 8:26 p.m. Do you see the beginning of a head right there?
Yes.
And is that the area where you would see the defendant come off the escalator and down towards the bus loop?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, from tracking, I guess, the areas where the defendant traveled after getting off of the train 223 that you described at the Art Center station, were you then able to further backtrack, knowing which train he was on, where on the actual train car he was and where he came from?
That's correct.
Tell the jurors, in doing that, were you able to pull surveillance? And from doing that, where did train 223 come from to get to the Art Center station?
So I was able to look at the cameras associated with train car 223 because each individual train car at MARTA has their own camera set to that train car. So I was able to use those cameras set on 223, where I was able to just go backwards from each station to see, is this where he got off? But I was able to eventually go all the way back to the East Point station, where I saw where the suspect got on the train at the East Point train station.
And then State's Exhibit 41. Are we looking at the inside of what you've described as train car 223?
Yes,
And I guess is the train car equipped with more than one video surveillance camera?
that's correct.
Okay, and do you see at the bottom where it's dated 8/11/2024?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jurors what time approximately is defendant entering onto train car 223 at the East Point station? You see next to 8/11/2024 where it says 20:04:56.
Yes, that's correct. So he boards the train car at the East Point train station at 20:04. And so at 8:04.
Okay, is that what we see here?
Yes.
And after seeing that, are you able to then or knowing where he entered onto train 223, then able to pull surveillance footage of the defendant arriving at the East Point MARTA station and then traveling through the East Point MARTA station till he enters the train car 223.
That's correct.
Right. And is that what we're looking here in State Exhibit 43? Can you explain to the jurors where in the East Point station is this that we're looking at?
That's going to be, so remember how I explained the directions? We use the trains to signify the fare gates. So that's going to be at the north end of the train station. So if you're familiar with the East Point area, it's going to be on the end where the pizza place is across the street there. So you're going to see the fare gates there. Main Street's going to be on the left there, and the bus loop's going to be on the right.
Judge, since you have direct line of internet access, would you mind playing under the East Point folder, the first video?
It says East Point Station.
Yes, Your Honor.
If there's, okay, number one, you said first video. Okay. Let's see what happens here. All right. And is that what you were hoping to see?
Yeah. And Detective, if you, when you see.
Is that what you were hoping to see? Hold on one second.
The delay is very real.
That was awkward.
And from why we're trying to get the video to work, what is the arrival based on your investigation of the defendant to the East Point MARTA station at approximately 7:44 p.m. on August 11th?
That's
Why
correct.
we're trying to get the video to work, what
Hold on one second.
and knowing the times that the defendant arrived at the East Point MARTA station, are you then able to figure out or determine how he got to the East Point MARTA station?
That's correct.
That through your investigation and looking at the video surveillance, how were you able to track that the defendant arrived to the East Point MARTA station at approximately 7:44 on August 11th?
I saw that he arrived on the Route 78 bus 1830 to the East Point train station.
And
I can keep playing this now. I don't think it'll, if there's more you want people to see.
this is fine here. If we just keep it up, you see in the top right hand box, the individual in all black and the black and red Falcons cap.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is that the arrival of the defendant, Mr. Mosley, at approximately 7:44 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Are you able to, you said you were able to determine that he came by bus. Are you able to pull footage from the bus that the defendant arrived to the East Point station on?
That's correct. I was able to.
Okay. And could you tell the jury what area or where, based on your investigation and determining which bus the defendant came to the station on, where he picked the bus up, that the general area and the route?
Yes, he boarded the bus at the intersection of Browns Mill Road and McWilliams Road.
And as you continued your investigation and determined the identity of the individual, the shooter, from the bus loop video surveillance, were you able to determine where the defendant lived?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and was that 2269 Jernigan Drive?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jurors the route and the area where you were able to see the defendant pick up the bus, the MARTA bus? Can you describe for the jurors the proximity of where he picked up the bus in relation to his home at 2269 Jernigan Drive?
Where McWilliams and Mill Road are, it's a very short walk from where Jernigan Drive is to that intersection. So if you're looking from up top of like Google Earth, it's going to be to the right, that main road where his subdivision's in the middle of it.
And states that at 43, do you see that date and timestamp of August 11th, 2024, 19 or 7:21 and 39 seconds?
That's correct.
Tell the jurors, I'm not gonna hit play because I don't want to freeze, but is this the point in which the defendant is entering onto MARTA bus 1830?
Correct. This is the defendant's first time making contact with MARTA, getting on MARTA's property, is at this intersection, boarding this bus at that intersection.
Okay. And are you able to pull different angles from the bus, which we won't play, but are there other angles that are contained in states that 43 of the defendant sitting down and eventually exiting from the bus that we're looking at here?
Yes, that's correct. So that's just the angle of the doorway there where you can see the defendant exiting the bus at the East Point train station.
Okay, and is that based on the timestamp at the bottom, 1943 and 30 seconds?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and are these the other angles? Well, we'll come back to this one. Now, based upon you being able to backtrack the times and areas in which the defendant arrived and left different stations, what did you do next with that video surveillance footage?
So when I had all that video surveillance after I viewed it, I wanted to make sure I downloaded it and preserved it as evidence to make sure it didn't not record anymore, because after a while our CCTV does record over everything. So I immediately wanted to preserve all that video footage first before I moved on to my next step. And so my next step, I wanted to take, since that's all the lead I had, that intersection, this man in these clothes, that's it. I figured this person utilizes MARTA pretty regularly. That was my determination, just based off picking up the bus there at that intersection, going to East Point, then Art Center. So I looked at every single day going backwards around the same time frame of where he entered the fare gates at where he entered at East Point at 1944. So I went back every single day till I arrived at August 5th of earlier that week, where I was able to discover the same person, but this time this person was utilizing a MARTA Breeze card. to enter through the fare gate.
And prior to also pulling that footage, did you, I'm gonna show you what the market table number 44 to 56. Do you recognize those photographs?
That's correct. They're just still images from the CCTV we just viewed.
And the states that it's 44 through 56 contain a variety of still shots and screenshots from all of the footage that we've talked about from states that it's 40 through 43.
That's correct.
And can you tell this time around the state with tender was remarked to states that it's 44 through 56?
No objection.
44 through 56 are admitted.
And can you tell the jurors with those still shot, what did you do with them in order to further your investigation?
Can you repeat that?
Did you use the still shot to, I guess, further your investigation?
Okay.
And disseminate them in any way?
Yes, so with all those camera footages, especially at the East Point and the bus, I determined those were the best photographs to use. So I utilized those photos to create a bolo, be on the lookout, that I was able to disseminate to MARTA police and outside agencies, saying that this is the person we're looking at for this incident of murder at the Art Center station.
Okay, and is that what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 57?
That's correct.
Okay, now, you said, in addition to disseminating the still shots, that you were looking for, I guess, patterns of travel as it related to the suspect that you had been able to identify in the Arts Center at East Point and the train and bus video surveillance we talked about in 40 through 43. Did you find additional footage of who you believe to be the same person in the days before August 11th?
That's correct. So when I was able to find the person that matched that same physical description at East Point on August 5th, around the same time frame as the day of the incident, that person utilized the MARTA Breeze card. And when you use a MARTA Breeze card, I'm able to look in through our internal databases and find that Breeze card number. Where I'm able to use that Breeze card number, I can look up where that number has been tapped or used previously, or if it's been utilized at all. So with that, I was able to find where the suspect has been seen on a, where that Breeze card has been used at the same locations as East Point, Art Center, and then also on the buses that go up to Cobb County, and also buses that run parallel to the same intersection where he was seen boarding the day of the incident.
And on the screen before you, also on State's Exhibit 43, is this an example of the footage that you described from August 5th of 2024, the person using the Breeze card?
That's correct. You can pause it there.
And if we're looking in the, let me make it big.
Bottom left.
Yes, in the bottom left angle, now blown up. You see the individual in the blue and orange plaid shirt.
That's correct.
And I guess explain to the jurors how this furthered your investigation.
So this is where I went back multiple days, each day around the same time frame where you first entered, as you can see, 7:42, where he first entered East Point of the day incident, it was 1944. So it's 2 minutes before he originally did. So that's why I used the same time frame of the day of the incident to use looking at the cameras. And that's where I found same person matching that same description come from the same area of where the bus is that he exited from. And then he used the same path to walk down the station and utilized the same fare gate area of where he entered the day of the incident. But this time was different. You can still see that fare gate's open for anybody to use, but today he utilized his Breeze card to enter the train station.
If we hit play, that's what it would show.
That's correct.
Right, and then from knowing the information of the time in which the breeze guard was used, were you able to pull a report in relation to the specific breeze guard?
When you pull the report, it gives sometimes multiple breeze card numbers because sometimes people are entering, exiting through that same fare gate. So you use those numbers and you run the report of those numbers and you find the stations, you look at those cameras of those certain days to see if that number is associated with that person who utilized that breeze card. If you can see them on other cameras.
Were you able to do that in this instance?
That's correct.
I want to show you what the mark states the 159. Can you tell the jurors, do you recognize states as the 159?
Yes, this is going to be the first initial report that you use when you pull breeze card numbers from that initial gate that they tap. So this one has 6 breeze card numbers that I looked through where I finally determined this is the breeze card that belonged to the suspect that was using on August 5th. And also that travel pattern fit the same as where that suspect has commonly been seen and used on MARTA.
Now, in furtherance of your investigation, doing something similar, did you find any footage from the day before the homicide? So on August 10th of 2024, of the same person utilizing either MARTA bus or transit?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that what we're looking at here on State's Exhibit 42? Okay, is that what we're looking at here? It should be playing on my screen, but do you see the individual who's seated on the left-hand side of what's depicted on the screen from State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, he's going to be seated right here.
Okay. And if he at some point, do you see the individual stand up to get off the bus?
Yes, so he just pulled the emergency yellow cord indicating that he wants to get off at the next designated stop. You can see him get up and that's where he's going to exit. But also he is wearing the same shirt on that bus as the day of the homicide.
Okay, and I want to show you State's Exhibit 60. You had earlier described the general location where the defendant picked up the bus on August 11th, 2024. As it relates to this route from August 10th and then other routes that you were able to use in backtracking using the breeze card, do you recognize State's Exhibit 60?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors what is it and how did it further your investigation?
It's a picture of Google Earth kind of pulled back where you can see where he boarded the bus at Browns Mill McWilliams. And then at the top from that video, he exits the bus out on Harper Road. What's significant about that is Jernigan Drive runs right in the middle of all that. So those 2 bus routes he's using is parallel to where he lives.
And it states that it's 60, a fair and accurate copy of the actual Google map that you had done as a part of your investigation, outlining the areas of the stops, and then where you were able to determine was the residence of Xavier Mosley.
That's correct.
Around the statement tender was marked, it states that it's 60 into evidence.
No objection.
States 60 is admitted.
Is that what we're looking at here?
That's correct. You can see at the top here where Harper Road, where we saw him on the 10th, that's where he exits. You can see the red dot there where it says 2269 Jernigan Drive. That's where his residence is located. At the bottom here, where you first saw him get on the bus the day of the incident, he boards right here at that intersection where it turns into Browns Mill with Williams Road right there. So you can see he utilizes those two buses, the 55 and 78, where they both run parallel to where he lives.
And based on your investigation and your experience and knowledge of the area, are both of those bus stop stations in walking distance to 2269 Jernigan Drive?
Yes, I'd characterize it as a very short walk.
Right. Now, States Exhibit 57 or any of the video surveillance screenshots or still shots, can you tell the jurors, I know you said you disseminated them as part of a bolo. Did you also send those to a crime analyst at Chamblee Police Department?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors why you did that?
So we utilized the crime analyst at Chamblee to utilize the software they have where it helps put us in a pointed direction of our investigation to find a potential suspect. It doesn't give us who it is. It points us in a general direction as a good lead. So that's why finding his Breeze car and finding these different pictures of him were helpful in using that software. Because the more clear picture we use from CCTV, the better results I've typically seen from using that software.
Okay, and based on receiving the information from the software, can you tell the jury where you provided an identity for the photographs that were run through the Clearview software?
Yes, I was provided the identity of Xavier Mosley.
And is this all happening the next day on August 12th, 2024?
That's correct.
And after you got that information, can you tell the jurors what you do with the name and date of birth that you received for Xavier Mosley?
I was able to, I took that name and I ran it through the GCIC, NCIC, where police officers normally run people's names, where you can get a return of a criminal history, driver's license photos. It's where we can get a lot of knowledge about an individual. So when I took and ran that name, I got a criminal history and also a driver's license inquiry. With that driver's license inquiry, provided a photo that matched the description of the suspect at the stations and off the CCTV I viewed. But also I noticed the suspect was also on felony probation from previous.
Gonna object here. I don't know where he's about to go with this.
Let's be careful as we move forward.
Yes, we discussed.
Okay, great. So he's on probation and
And based on determining that Mr. Mosley was on felony probation, or he was being supervised, did you find out who was actually his supervising him?
Yes, the supervisor's name was.
Looking at your notes, help refresh your recollection. By all means, just let us know if your recollection is refreshed.
It was sent to Officer Williams with the Department of Community Supervision.
Once you determined that Officer Williams was the supervisor from community supervision for Mr. Mosley, did you make contact with him?
That's correct.
And once you were able to make contact with him, can you tell the jurors and what you did next in relation to Officer Williams?
So without trying to lead this supervisor that may or may not know Xavier Mosley, I just asked if I sent him a bolo of a potential suspect that I'm looking at, would you be able to identify the person that you may or may not be supervising at the time?
And
He provided me his email. I emailed him the bolo, and that's where he came back and correctly identified him as Xavier Mosley.
and after Officer Williams identified the bolo that we've seen, and I won't pull up, so it's painful to, for us all to have to sit and wait to share. But is it the same bolo we've seen multiple times today?
That's correct.
And after seeing that bolo, you said you positively identified that person as Xavier Mosley, the person he was supervising.
That's correct.
And after you got that positive identification, can you tell the jury what you did next that day on August 12th?
So with continuing that conversation with Mr. Williams, the supervisor, I got further details about Mr. Mosley, his address, where I confirmed it was the 2269 Jernigan Drive, where it runs parallel. I was able to get a phone number that he utilizes to call and contact with Mr. Mosley. And then after that, I proceeded to use our warrant machine where you can Skype a judge, and where I filled out warrants for Xavier Mosley for the murder of DeMarco Mathis at the Art Center train station.
And after you got the warrants for what happened on August 11th, 2024, can you tell the jurors, did you ask for any assistance in relation to the arrest or capture of Mr. Mosley?
Yes, MARTA, as our group, we reached out to Atlanta Fugitive Unit, who specializes in tracking down wanted individuals. So I provided a packet of all the information I had of him, pictures, numbers, his address, including the warrants as well, where they're able to get a ping on his cell phone where he was located at 2269 Jernigan Drive.
And on August 14th, did you accompany the members of the Atlanta Police Department Fugitive Unit in the attempt to arrest Mr. Mosley that morning?
That's correct.
And did you attend the briefing that occurred prior to going to the 2269 Jernigan address around 6 a.m. that morning?
That's correct. I attended it and provided multiple pictures and more information about Mr. Mosley to the officers that would be entering the house, so they would be able to correctly identify this person that we were looking for.
And once you got to the Jernigan address, was Mr. Mosley apprehended or arrested?
That's correct.
Okay, and were you there the entire time of the Atlanta Police Department's fugitive team's assistance in arresting Mr. Mosley?
That's correct.
Tell the jurors, was it something that happened quickly, or talk about that time that it took to arrest Mr. Mosley?
It took a while due to when they first went to the door, Consuela West, who Mr. Mosley lives with, came outside. She was trying to tell the officers, the fugitive unit, that he was not there. But we're able to learn quickly through hearing sounds and noises coming from the attic and then making entry. The attic stairs were lowered down completely, and you could hear Mr. Mosley up inside the attic.
And was the Atlanta Police Department successful in eventually getting Mr. Mosley to come down from the attic and place him under arrest?
Yes, after some time, Mr. Mosley did come down from the attic and safely surrender to the officers.
After his arrest, at that point, did you have a search warrant to search the residence?
That's correct.
Okay, and after the fugitive unit was finished or done clearing the residence, did you execute that search warrant?
That's correct.
You explained to the jurors, I guess, the process and how you went about executing the search warrant after the fugitive team had done their work.
So this time at the address, I had the luxury of having my crime scene technician there with me. So I was able to have her take pictures of the outside of the house first, as is shown, Because when you apply for the search warrant, you have to correctly depict what the house looks like. So you're at the correct address. So we wanted to make sure we took the correct pictures to show what I put in the search warrant shows that we were at the correct house. So there is no ambiguity of us being at the wrong house.
Okay.
And so with that, we just went in and systematically did a walkthrough when we entered the house. I did a quick walkthrough, Conswell West, identified Mr. Mosley's room as the first bedroom on the left. So we just walked in, we did a quick walkthrough, just briefly look at what we were going to look for and find. Because there's multiple items on the search warrant we were looking for besides just the body of Mr. Mosley.
And as a part of the search of the home, not only was your crimes detective Nelson present, but were there any other detectives with your unit present?
That's correct. I was accompanied by my sergeant, who's Sergeant Jackson, another sergeant who runs the real-time crime center now. His name's Sergeant Garman. My lieutenant was also present, Lieutenant Philistine, who was present with me at the initial crime scene on the previous days. And then Detective Byrne was also there with me.
Okay. And as you described systematically, kind of traveled through the home, I'm going to start with first. Were you able to enter in and go to the attic?
We saved the attic to the very end.
Okay. And so I guess prior to the attic, did you search each one of the rooms, the bedrooms that you described?
Well, with knowing that his bedroom was the first on the left, and after we searched it, we found materials that we're looking for. We decided to next go to the attic to see if there is anything more that Mr. Mosley would have taken up there.
Okay. And I guess prior to searching the attic, did you locate items that were useful and forwarded your investigation inside of what you learned to be Mr. Mosley's bedroom?
That's correct. We're able to find the book bag that you're able to see in the day of the incident. Through East Point's cameras, you can see that there's that red tag where you can clearly see that that is the book bag that belongs with him. We're able to find the red and black hat that turns out to be a Falcons cap. We're able to find the shirt that he wore the day of the incident. We're able to find the shoes he wore the day of the incident. We're able to find his cell phone that he has used that is known for him to use. We're able to find the breeze card that matched the breeze card numbers, as you can see on the report from this exhibit. And then we're also able to find ammunition that matched the rounds that we found at the crime scene, that SMB 9mm type round, a almost full box of rounds. Then we're also able to find multiple magazines that are used to load a weapon. In those magazines were 9mm rounds, and we're also able to find a weapon.
Were all of those items that you just described collected while you were on scene and present executing your search warrant at the Jernigan Drive address?
That's correct.
And is this the shirt that you described that was collected and found in the defendant's bedroom that he was wearing the day of the homicide and the day prior on bus?
That's correct.
Okay. And you described a hat that was inside of a book bag with a red tag and said to 147 and 150. Is this the book bag and then the Falcons cap that was inside of the hat?
That's correct.
And based on your investigation, it appeared to be the same Falcons cap and book bag that were depicted in Stacey Exhibit 40, the video surveillance from August 11th, 2024.
That's correct.
Were you able to locate and I'll show you Stacey 140, the light with the you should see on the video surveillance?
That's correct.
I want to show you Stacey that 150. Do you recognize the shirt that was inside the bag labeled Stacey 150?
Yes, that is the shirt that you can see on August 5th, where you can see the same suspect wearing that shirt, utilizing the MARTA Breeze card to enter at the East Point train station.
And as you continue to search through the home, where you go maybe to locate the minor police car that was utilized to attack the East Point Station, when Mr. Mosley was wearing this shirt, the plaid, blue and orange plaid shirt, which is stated at 150.
That's correct.
Okay. And inside of stated 146.
It's the one with 0963 at the very end.
Is that the minor police car that was located next to the defendant's ID, as well as his tip-top identification card?
That's correct.
Now, you said the last place that you guys looked was inside the attic. Once you went into the attic, can you tell the jurors what you located?
So when I went up to the attic, due to me being the lead investigator, I told Investigator Nelson and Detective Byrne, I would go up there and search due to it being my case. So I went up there and I went to my left first. When I went to my left, there's tons of boxes up in the attic. So I just started going through those and making my way back. As soon as I made it back to the stairs, to the left, if I'm facing the stairs, but if you're going up to the right, you can see a blue box. When I opened that box, immediately on top, inside of the box, laid a high point weapon. A silver handgun with a high capacity magazine loaded inside of it.
Okay, and states that 106 is this the box that you're referring to that you found the firearm that you just described?
That's correct. That's when I opened the box, that's how I found the weapon laying there.
So you opened the lid to the box?
That's correct.
And in states exhibit 149, is this the firearm that we see depicted in states exhibit 106 and for the red front?
That's correct.
Now, once you located the firearm, can you tell the jurors, did that kind of complete part of the search warrant as relates to the residence of 226 Jernigan Drive?
Yes, because at that point, I have found everything in the search warrant that I asked the judge that I was searching for. So at that point, I ceased all the searching inside the house, and we filled out a return slip to Ms. Conzuelo West, indicating all those items right there is what we took. We provided her that, and we also provide her a receipt of the search warrant, so she knows that this was a true legal document allowing us to be in her house. So we provided her two things there, and we left.
Right, and you tell jurors, at that point, you finished the search warrant, the defendant had been arrested. What were the next steps as a part of your investigation?
So the next steps, I tasked Investigator Nelson, the crime scene technician, to take all those items to the nearest precinct, which would have been College Park, where she could take more photographs of them and also immediately put them in bags, property bags, evidence bags, so it could be stored right away. Because I didn't want there to be a real lapse of time to show any impropriety of us mishandling evidence. I wanted that be placed in evidence lockers, sealed as quick as possible. But I returned back to the Criminal Investigations Office that's located near Lindbergh, the Lindbergh train station, where Mr. Mosley was already taken. And that's where I conducted an interview with Mr. Mosley.
At that point, you said that Mr. Mosley was under arrest. Prior to speaking with him or interviewing him, did you read him his Miranda rights?
I read his Miranda rights in full and from a sheet of paper, so it was line by line to make sure that it was a proper reading of his rights.
Okay. And prior to reading his rights to him, did you inquire of him of his age and whether he could understand and speak and write the English language?
Yes, I asked him of his age, his education level, and I even went a step further to make sure that he wasn't under the influence of any narcotics or alcohol, that to make sure that he knew where he was and what he was doing. So he was of the proper mind, to my knowledge, that he could give a good valid statement.
Were you able to use, a recording device or your body cam to record this interaction?
That's correct.
And it states at 1:58. Do you recognize it? Have you had an opportunity to review, the conference states at
Yes, that's correct. That's the CCTV footage.
okay. And, is that, footage of your, body cam, of your interview with, takes you to the 1:58?
That's correct.
Okay, and in your review of it, did it fairly accurately depict the interview without any deletions or changes? Your interview with the defendant on August 14th of 2024.
That's correct.
This side, the statement tender was remarked, states at 1:58 evidence.
Any objection other than things we've discussed earlier today? Okay. 158 is admitted.
I'm gonna attempt to publish, states at 1:58.
Okay, if not, we can try it here.
How you doing? So I'm Detective Steidel. I'm the lead detective on this, and this is my partner, Sergeant Garmin. So I'm going to read you your rights, and then after that, we can talk and discuss about everything, okay? All right, so when I read you a statement, just say yes or no that you do or don't understand it. If you don't understand it, I will put more clarification into it for you to understand, okay?
All right.
But before I get into that, how old are you?
35.
35. What's the highest level of education you completed?
Well, I got my GED.
GED?
I did some college classes.
Okay. Can you read and write the English language? Are you under any substances, drugs, alcohol right now? Have you taken anything lately?
Not today.
Not today? Okay. So you're fully aware where you are, you have a full understanding of where you're at and everything? Okay. So I'm going to start off with your Miranda. You have the right to remain silent. You understand?
Yes.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You understand? You have the right to talk with a lawyer and have him present with you while you are being questioned. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning. You understand?
Yes.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand?
Yes.
With understanding that, do you still wish to talk to me about everything?
What is this about?
You have to answer me first. Like, so you still want to talk to me and everything?
Oh, wait.
Okay. So I gotta get you to sign right here, just saying that you agree to talk to me and everything.
Sign the top.
Yeah.
You got it. If you want to talk, you got to sign it. You verbally said you understand it, so.
So you're good? Okay. All right. So we're here today about an incident that happened at the Arts Center, MARTA Station.
Right. I'm trying to.
So what happened?
A lot of stuff happened.
Okay. Break it down to me. Like, what happened when you're talking to DeMarco?
That stuff.
Like what? Like elaborate for it to me. Like break it down. Like whatever is like the top of your head, tip of your tongue that you want to say first. Like first thing that comes to your mind that y'all were talking about.
I was getting hit by a lot of outside forces.
Outside forces.
To my mind, to my body, it affected me. And it was just targeting me.
What's targeting you? Like DeMarco or okay. Energy?
People's I can't explain it. You're not gonna understand.
We good. You never know. We might understand it. Like dealing with Christianity and stuff like that. Dealing with God.
Right, there's a lot of different stuff that's in the world that's. Oh man, okay. It's
So let's start off. How do you know DeMarco?
Well, so you work at a job with me.
What's the job?
Tip Top Poultry
Okay. And where is Tip Top Poultry?
in Marietta.
Okay.
What do you normally do when you work there?
Clean up
Do you and DeMarco work together?
at the factory.
Yeah, do y'all share like the same shift? Like run into each other a lot there?
Well, sometimes
Sometimes? How would you describe your friendship with him? Or relationship?
cordial.
Cordial, cool? Never had an issue with him or anything? No? Okay. How long you been working there?
Since March 3rd.
Since March 3rd? Okay. What'd you do before Tip Top?
Work at Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Okay. Why the transition, if you don't mind me asking?
Because one was temporary, one was permanent.
Okay, so the Tip Top's permanent? Wait, you enjoy it? Yeah,
I did.
okay. So, who's that?
Is that a trick question?
No. No, do you recognize anybody in that picture?
That's me.
That's you? Okay. Do you know who Erica is?
Who, Erica?
Yeah, you know a girl who goes by the name Erica? Where does she work?
That's my girlfriend.
That's your girlfriend?
Uh,
Okay, Erica's your girlfriend.
well, she was my girlfriend.
Did y'all just recently break up? Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. When did y'all break up?
Like 2 days ago.
2 days ago? Did it have something to do with DeMarco? No? So DeMarco never talked to Erica?
I don't know who she talked to.
Okay. Do you mind me asking why y'all broke up?
There's a lot of infidelity.
On hers or yours?
Hers.
Hers?
I don't want to talk about this no more. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm breaking depressing.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I understand. It's hard to get through. So let's go back to Art Center. Okay. So leading up to Art Center, you got on the,
He did a lawyer. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I think I'm going to say the wrong stuff.
so you want in the conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man.
Now, I want to show you State Exhibit 56. State Exhibit 56, do you recognize, I guess this screenshot from defendant entering the bus on August 11th, 2024?
Yes.
And we hear, and see a little bit, you show the defendant a photograph. You hear an exchange about is this a joke or something like that? Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what photograph were you showing the defendant, Xavier Mosley, during your exchange or your interview with him on August 14th after his arrest?
So this is the photo I pulled out, and when I asked Xavier Mosley if he knew who was in this picture, that's where he went on to ask if this was a trick question. No, it's just wanted to see if he could identify himself there on the bus. And he clearly said that that was him.
And Detective, during that interview, at any point, did he describe for you or explain to you any sort of conflict or issue that he had with DeMarco Mathis?
No, he actually described his relationship with DeMarco as cordial. So with that, cordial to me, friendly.
And based on that interview and your investigation, did you ask for assistance or you yourself speak with Erica Menifee, the former significant other of the defendant?
Yes, I did place a phone call to Erica Menifee where I had another detective speak to her, a female detective. So it was more female to female to see if that'd open her up to speak about the situation more than hearing a male's voice over the phone to make Erica feel more comfortable because it's a hard situation to go through. You just broke up with the man 2 days ago, and then now you're finding out this person you're dating was involved in a homicide and he's about to go off to jail for murder. So that's why I wanted to have a female speak to her. So it'd be more calming for her to talk to us.
And I don't want to get into the contents of the conversation, but I guess based on that phone call, what's were the next steps that you took consistent with what you learned and talking with Xavier Mosley on August 14th?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And I guess after that phone call to Ms. Menifee and the interview that we saw with the defendant, did that kind of complete the step that you took during your investigation?
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions at this time. Ms. Wood may have a few.
Hello, Ms. Wood.
Hi, Judge.
Questions for Detective Steidel?
I have a.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
How are you
ma'am?
doing?
I'm good. How are you, ma'am?
I'm well, thank you. I'm gonna try to go in order, so I apologize in advance if I hop around at any point.
You're good, ma'am. I'm here for you.
Was this your first murder investigation?
This was my second.
And you've been a detective for all 11 years that you've been with MARTA?
No, ma'am.
How long you've been a detective?
I was promoted to the rank of detective at the beginning of March of 2024.
About 5 months before this incident, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as part of an investigation, your role as lead detective, you talk to as many witnesses as possible, correct?
Correct?
And we heard you talk about on direct examination, you gather evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Because it's your job to try to piece together what happened, right?
Correct.
So it's normal for a lead detective to speak to someone's employer.
Correct.
It would be normal to speak to, let me rephrase that. Since this is a case that involves two people that work together, it would be normal to speak to other coworkers, right?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't do that though, did you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't go to Tip Top?
I did not. I had other coworkers go. Due to when this happened on Sunday, I was I was having my regular Sunday since I wasn't on call. When that call came at 9 o'clock, that's when about ready to go to bed. And I stayed up all night into the next day of about 6, 7 in the afternoon that next day into the early morning hours. That's where I had other detectives go up to Tip Top and speak to the other individuals, go up to Tip Top and do investigations. There are other detectives that did that for me.
Understood. So you as lead detective, you could direct those other detectives to do what you needed them to do as part of the investigation. Is that fair to say?
That would help assist, yes.
And during the course of a major investigation, such as a murder investigation, would it be par for the course for you to speak to family members of the people involved in the case?
Yes. I had another former detective and Sergeant Garman go out to the house of the decedent, DeMarco Mathis.
I'm sorry, what was the name of that detective?
His former detective, Sergeant Garman.
So you directed him to go speak to the Mathis family?
Correct.
You yourself never spoke to the Mathis family?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay. And you, I just want to make sure I've got this right. You never spoke to Erica, Xavier's ex-girlfriend?
No, I did not speak to her. I had another detective speak to her, which was on speakerphone and recorded utilizing our body worn camera.
Understood. And then I believe you said that you spoke to his auntie when you got to the Jernigan Drive address. That's correct?
I did not speak to her.
You didn't speak to any other family members of Xavier Mosley?
I did not speak to Consuela West that day. Lieutenant Philistine was talking to her as we were conducting that search warrant.
You didn't speak to any other friends of Xavier Mosley?
No.
Okay. Once you had the information that you had about Xavier, you stopped there, correct?
What do you mean?
You didn't do any further investigation once you had Xavier Mosley in your mind?
No, because he'd been correctly identified by multiple sources as him being the suspect.
Thank you. During the direct examination, we were talking about that video, the surveillance video of the incident. Of course, there's no audio on that video. And you testified that there's no evidence of an argument or struggle. Do you remember that?
Yes,
But you don't actually know what was spoken because you weren't there, correct?
that's correct. I was going based off body language, through looking at surveillance for a while now. You can tell based off people's actions and videos, whether it's just a casual conversation or if it's a heated argument between people, just based off how they're acting, their movements, their body languages. You can just see how someone's portraying themselves during a conversation.
Fair enough. So, is it your testimony that you assumed that there was no issue there?
Yes, based off them sitting next to each other and not getting up because, yes.
I apologize. I'm going to jump around. Back to the normal procedure when you do an investigation. You draft a report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've already said you gather the evidence. If I understand correctly, you were processing the evidence at the MARTA station scene, correct?
That's correct.
Not a different crime scene technician.
Yeah, that's correct. It was myself that collected the shell casings and the victim's belongings.
And in the course of this process, is it standard procedure for you as the lead detective and the person who's collecting that evidence to document each and every item that you're collecting from that scene?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Okay. One moment, Judge. I apologize for the delay. You said that you did do a report in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you did a property evidence log form.
That's correct.
Correct. All right, Judge, I am showing to opposing counsel what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1. Then I am showing you Defense Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this document?
That's correct.
Okay, how do you know what this is?
This is our property and evidence sheet that we utilize to jot down either if it's just bound property that we have, or is it property from a victim, or is it evidence? It's the universal sheet that we use to document all types of property.
And does it appear to be altered in any way since you filled the sheet out at the scene?
I didn't fill this sheet out at the scene
Why does it have your name listed as the person who's responsible for that document then?
because I filled this sheet out at my office when I took all the evidence back to my office.
Understood, my apologies. So has it been altered since you filled it out in your office?
No,
Judge, this time I'm moving to enter into evidence Defense Exhibit 1.
Any objection? It's admitted. And would you describe that, detective, as a property list, an inventory list? What's that called?
it would be an inventory of the items that I found off DeMarco Mathis.
Okay,
So it's just an itemized one by one line.
okay. So So this is what you collected at the Art Center station, nothing to do with Jernigan Drive.
That's correct. This is just this is at Art Center train station for where I collected the evidence of this, because you can see the owner victim is DeMarco Mathis. These items are belonging to him. But where this sheet, where you can see the light blue boxes there, you can fill that out on the computer. So when I print that out, at the bottom here where it says chain of custody, I manually write that in. So I use the times that I wrote down from on scene, so I can write that in, so it doesn't look like I'm doing something different on a computer, where if someone handwrites it, it looks and appears proper.
Okay. Can we keep making it big? Someone did a good job, but bigger still. Thanks. Okay, great.
All right, detective. So this is the property / evidence log of things that you recovered from Mr. Mathis's person. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you recovered a black knife from Mr. Mathis.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Detective Stidle, we heard the interview that we played a few minutes ago of the defendant Xavier Mosley's interview with you on August 14th. Remember that?
Correct.
At any point, did Mr. Mosley indicate to you that Mr. Mathis at all was aggressive, pulled a knife, showed a knife to him?
No, he labeled their characterization of knowing each other as cordial.
At any point during that interview, did he tell you that Mr. Mathis was violent or physically touched him, abused him, whatever?
No.
And at any point, did he say that he even saw a knife that Mr. Mathis has in his items?
No, no one ever displayed or talked about or witnessed a knife ever being on the scene. With the book bag being discovered at the scene, it was completely zipped up. It didn't look like anybody had gone through it or had access to it. There wasn't anything open, like the zippers weren't open, they were all closed. So when I had to go through it on the scene to take those pictures, I had to open each zipper, and that's where each item was found. So there, in no way would a knife been utilized in this incident.
And we saw in State Exhibit 40 the video surveillance footage of the bus loop area and the actual shooting where Mr. Mathis is seated, and you see the defendant rise and shoot Mr. Mosley. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember watching on the video surveillance that after the defendant shoots Mr. Mathis, he then falls on the bench and kind of rolls to the ground?
That's correct.
And after, I guess there's an initial attempt to provide life-saving measures to Mr. Mathis. That's when you arrive and you process the crime scene, right?
That's correct.
Based on your number of years of experience in law enforcement, if Mr. Mathis had a knife in his hand and a shot and then falls from the bench to the floor, would you expect to find a knife in the vicinity of where he took his, where he almost died and eventually was pronounced dead at Grady?
Objection, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
This calls for speculation.
I can ask a bunch of additional foundational questions for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna allow you to answer it just because the question was based on your experience in processing scenes and whatnot, and you'll share with us what you choose to share.
All right. With that answer then, yes, I would expect an item to fall out of anyone's hands, because the way he was rolling around, the way he fell down to the ground, you would expect an item, because the way he even fell to the ground, you can see his slides or flip-flops even come off of his feet. So if his shoes are coming off his feet and he's falling to the ground like that, you would expect any item to come out from his belongings because you see him even grabbing at his chest. You see him rolling around with his hands free. So with his hands being free, I would expect any item to be on the ground or nearby within that vicinity of that crime scene.
And you also remember a few minutes ago, Miss Wood asking you about whether it'd be normal to speak to someone's coworkers or family. Do you remember that series of questions?
That's correct.
And she asked you about or talked about when you assigned Detective Brett, or excuse me, now Howard, and Sergeant Jackson to assist with going to talk to people at Tip Top Poultry. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes, I remember viewing their body cameras. I remember speaking to them about it and that there is no history of anything that would show any violence or anything between the two.
And that happened on August 12th, right?
That's correct.
Now, you spoke to the defendant on, I guess the coming days, about a day and a half later on August 14th, right?
Correct.
And based on your conversation with Mr. Mosley and him describing his relationship with Mr. Mathis as cordial, can you tell the jurors why it didn't lead you to then go speak to additional coworkers?
Because if someone to me is saying their relationship is cordial with somebody, and based off the interviews my fellow detectives did and my supervisor, I don't see that there's any need to look into any history between the two because clearly Mr. Mosley described it as cordial, being fine, friendly, whatever, because he had the opportunity there to explain if it wasn't. But instead he explained it as cordial. So then therefore with my fellow teammates at Tip Top, who I trust and who I work with on a daily basis, went up there and discovered that there is nothing between the two as well. So there's no need for me to go up there and call in each individual worker on each shift to interview them individually and see if there is this beef, quote unquote, that is non-existent.
Would you say it's a beef that even the defendant, when having the opportunity, didn't describe?
That's correct. And
Miss would ask you some additional questions about, again, speaking to friends and family. On August 14th of 2024, in the video surveillance, you don't see any friends or family of Mr. Mathis or Mr. Mosley present, correct?
That's correct.
You don't see Erica Menifee, right?
That's correct.
It's just Mr. Mathis and Mr. Mosley.
That's correct.
And I'll be for the questions, sir.
I'm going to recross. Would you like to recross?
I have a very brief line of questioning. When you spoke to Mr. Mosley at the precinct, he invoked his right to counsel, correct?
That was after. So
Yes or no?
Can I explain, Your Honor?
But answer yes or no, and then feel free to explain.
Yes, he did invoke his right to a counsel wanting a lawyer.
Mhm.
But before then, we read him his rights. I went line by line to make sure that Mr. Mosley understood each right. So he understood that speaking to me could be used today in this courtroom. So when we spoke about it, he didn't invoke his rights to the very end.
I remember because I was sitting here, but I think what I'm trying to get at is there was no further discussion about the Art Center MARTA station incident because he invoked his rights, correct?
That's correct. When I tried to go back to it, he then wanted to invoke his rights to legal counsel.
Thank you, Detective. No further questions, Judge.
Okay. Jurors, the last thing we're going to do today before you go is field your questions, get those to the detective so we can wrap up his testimony, and then any follow-up from the lawyer. So please share with Deputy Gordon any questions you have for Detective Steitel. Yeah. Yeesh. One of you's about to run out of ink. Actually, two of you are about to run out of ink. All right, you all can be at ease, wiggle around a little bit. It'll take a second to talk with the lawyers and we'll be back.
No, I mean, I don't know.
So where is? Hey, where the kid?
Thank you.
Well, my question's kind of answered. You want and then they answered it. Yeah, they're like high school kids.
So jurors, before I ask the detective some questions, at least one of you had some questions about what you thought you heard during Mr. Mosley's interview with Detective Steidel. And the request was kind of, hey, explain some of this, and then could we hear it again? That exhibit is something that you can play again during your deliberations. Knowing that, are people okay if we don't replay it now? Yes? Okay. It's part of the record, and it'll be something that you can listen to. It won't, because it is a statement of Mr. Mosley, it won't be back there for you to play whenever you want, but all you have to do is say, hey, could we hear it again? And we can play it once, twice, 100 times out here. All right. With that, detective, let's start with the gun. The gun has been the gun that was recovered up in the attic. Was the gun, if you know, a 9mm or a 380?
The gun that we found in the attic at Xavier Mosley's house was a 380. But I was able to research and look.
So I don't want you to talk about what you've researched.
Okay.
Did you, independent of you Googling, which the jurors and I aren't doing in this trial, do you know something about 380s and 9mm, or only because you did some research?
Only because of my research.
Then we're not going to talk about that. Did you find any other firearms in the address at Jernigan?
I did not.
The other question about the firearm has to do with its color. It's been described as black. It looks black in some pictures. It's been described as silver. It looks silver in some pictures. Do you recall what it looks like, or should we present it to you so you can describe for the juror, maybe even hold it up for them so people can see, is it black or silver or both?
Can we present it, please?
We sure can. Can we get that for the detective? While we're doing that, did you describe to the jurors how long, I know we didn't watch all of it, but how long the footage was, the video surveillance of Mr. Mathis and Mr. Mosley sitting on that bench?
If I could refer right to
Sure.
it. They were sitting on the bench at the Art Center train station, so you can see where Mr. Mosley sits down, and then Mr. Mathis sits down 10 minutes later, and then the shooting occurs at 8:58, so from 8:27 to 8:58,
31 minutes.
31 minutes.
They're sitting on the bench.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And well, we can review it because it exists for the jurors to review, but you, during your investigation, reviewed the whole thing. You didn't jump ahead to where's the shooting.
No, I reviewed it multiple times.
Okay. During your review of that footage and the 31 minutes when they're both sitting on the bench, did you notice times when it looked like they were swinging at each other or having some kind of heated or tumultuous interaction?
No, to me, when I watch the video, it just looks like two people are sitting there on a bench, just having a normal conversation, like any normal, well, as any patron waiting for a bus or train would be seen sitting on a bench at a MARTA station.
But there's no audio, so you don't know what they're saying.
No, there is no audio, but by the body language, by how you see them sitting there, there's nothing that would indicate to me or what I believe to any reasonable person, any scenario where you'd see an argument or a fight.
Okay, so the physical or body language to you didn't suggest there was some disagreement welling up?
No, Your Honor, no jury.
Okay. During your investigation, did you discover any other connection between Mr. Mosley and Mr. Mathis other than they worked at the same place, Tip Top Poultry?
No, there is no connection to them at all besides unfortunately being employed at the same place and utilizing the same means of traveling that they both had to utilize to get up to Marietta.
Do you know, speaking of Tip Top Poultry, if any of your colleagues interviewed anyone other than sort of a records custodian at Tip Top Poultry?
No, we just stuck with the people that have their records and files, because if there were any impropriety or is there any disagreements or discipline, the records would show it, because in a business, if there is something between coworkers, you would think you'd want that jotted down if there's an incident between anybody that you could see that would escalate or turn into violence.
And you asked for that information and it did not exist?
Detective 3 and Sergeant Jackson were speaking to the people of Tip Top, and that does not exist between the two. Any records of any disputes or anything that would show that they were ever anything but as what Mr. Mosley described as cordial.
I want to go back to the video footage. I'm bouncing around a little bit because the questions do. You described that the 31 minutes that we kind of skipped over just to get to the climax, it just looked like two people were sitting there. More specifically, at any point in the footage that you watched, did you see the person who you learned to be Mr. Mathis ever holding something in his hand that could be a knife or a weapon?
No, I did not see anybody hold a weapon until I saw Xavier Mosley stand up with the firearm.
Speaking of firearm, can you please, it's secure, the firearm is, and I think it can come out of the box now. If you could display it to the jury without pointing it at them, so they can see, and they'll be able to look at this later if they want. This is the firearm that was recovered in the blue large Tupperware bin up in the attic?
Yes,
Okay,
and
those are still stuck in.
this is one magazine that we found next to his bedside. And then the two high capacity magazines. There. So two of them. You can imagine how many bullets that fits.
Do you know where Mr. Mosley was in the attic when he was up there?
I do not. I just know he was up there because APD body camera footage that I reviewed shows him climbing down the steps to turn himself in.
Okay. Did you interact with Mr. Mosley at all? You can put that back in the box. Thanks. Did you interact with Mr. Mosley at all at Jernigan Drive?
The only time I interacted with him was when I introduced myself to him in the back of the patrol car, identifying myself as the lead detective, and that we were going to take him to our office for an interview.
Did he say anything to you then?
No.
Did you have any other conversations with Mr. Mosley beyond what you just described, introducing yourself, and then what we all listened to that was recorded on your body cam?
No. As soon as that happened, we closed the door and he was transported to our offices because we wanted to make sure that nothing was done that would be ill-advised against Mr. Mosley. I respect Mr. Mosley's rights regardless of what I am investigating.
Do you know if the firearm at issue, the one in the box there, was ever tested to see if that, you don't have to hold it up anymore, to determine if it is connected in any way to either shell casings you recovered, we saw pictures of those, or if any projectiles were recovered?
Yes, I made sure the firearm was sent to the Georgia Bureau of Investigations where they conducted testings on it.
Okay, I don't want you to talk about any results, but one of your steps that you took as the lead detective was to get that firearm and related materials to the GBI crime lab.
That's correct.
Okay. You weren't the one who did the testing.
No.
The knife, can you describe to the jurors the knife, your inventory of Mr. Mathis's black backpack, listed black knife?
I honestly don't recall what this knife looked like. I just know it's an item that was in his book bag.
When you were reviewing the surveillance footage at the MARTA station, not Art Center, but when you were trying to see if there was another instance when the person you identified as Mr. Mosley showed up at the East Point station, you said you went back in time a bit. Did you ever see Mr. Mathis in any of that footage?
Are we strictly just going back at the East Point station?
Anywhere, but you described how you were doing a retrospective, and it seemed like it was focused on Mr. Mosley. And the question is, did you do any retrospective to learn more about Mr. Mathis? Or, I know it's a compound question, did he just happen to pop up in some of that because maybe the two took the same route?
No, and the footage I looked at was just looking at the breeze card information that I received. So when I'm doing that, I want to make sure that this breeze card I'm looking at is in fact that breeze card belonging to that individual. So when I'm looking at that footage, I'm just making sure that belongs to him. If there's any further footage that may be usable in this, but all this footage was days prior to it, and no, I did not see any interactions with him or Mr. Mathis during that time.
In that same vein, in looking at, and you may have just answered this at the very end, but you were understandably focused on what was happening at the Art Center station around the time of the shooting. Did you do any work to determine from where Mr. Mathis had come?
No, Mr. Mathis is the victim in this situation. So I'm more concentrated on the suspect when this incident occurs. I'm focused on getting justice for the victim who's laying in the bus loop deceased.
Tell the jurors approximately what time you arrived at the Art Center MARTA station. If you need to review your notes, that's okay.
I did not document my time. I can see the CAD. Do you?
It may still be in that pile unless they took it away from you. I think it's Exhibit 3. While they're looking for that, do you know which officer put up all the crime scene tape that we saw in some of the images?
No, I do not know which officer is responsible for putting up the crime scene tape. It was a collective team effort on MARTA's behalf. I believe it would be at 2219 when it says CIU is code 26, which is what code 26 means is I arrived. It doesn't have my call sign or anything because my call sign at the time would be 635. It just says CIU code 26.
So 10, I don't remember what you said, 22 what?
1122.
2322 is when you showed up?
I believe, yes.
Okay, I didn't remember you saying.
I feel like that's not accurate.
Well, okay, I'll let the defense attorney explore with you what that means. All right, you explained to the jury when we were looking at the inventory sheet of Mr. Mathis's belongings that you filled that out at your desk. Is there a particular procedure that Marta has in place that really you should do that out in the field, or you can do it at your desk, or it doesn't matter, you just need to make sure you do it?
No, our policy, when handling evidence, you need to get it done as soon as possible. Because mishandling evidence in our policy would be a class 1 offense, which if it's looked at where we mishandle it in any way, or we store it in a wrong location, or we leave it out and about for a while, that could lead to my termination. So that's why I made sure when I brought it to the office, it stayed in my office, and I did it there in my office. And then when I was done with it in my office, I placed it in the property and evidence lockers where it was stored to be picked up by our property and evidence unit.
You mentioned a prescription bottle being in the backpack as a way you identified Mr. Mathis, or that you linked the backpack to him. Is that something you photographed?
Yes, there's a photograph of that.
Is that in evidence, Mr. Abadi? The question is, could we see that photo? While you're looking for that, you described in your testimony about Mr. Mathis dropping his cell phone, or the cell phone being on the ground. There's a picture, say the jurors, of cell phone being on the bench or on the bag or near the bag. Who would have moved things for purposes of taking pictures?
The cell phone could have been placed on the bag from either responding EMS workers who's trying to clear the area for them to work on Mr. Mathis. It could have been the responding officers where they wanted to make sure his property was placed right there to show that it's still in the location. It could have been anyone that's in the crime scene log that was there prior to my arrival and the rope getting put up behind the crime scene.
Any luck with the photo?
I have it. I will put it, when I get to recross or redirect, I'll put it in. I didn't,
It's just not one of the various photos. You elected not to tender it.
was trying to protect the privacy of Mr. Mathis.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay, great. Do you have follow-up? Because those are the questions for Detective Steidel.
Yes, I will start. Bring me my computer. I will label this as State Exhibit 201. Style, do you recognize the Exhibit 201?
Yes, that is the picture of the prescription bottle of DeMarco Mathis that I found inside his book bag.
And is that State Exhibit 201 a very accurate copy of the picture that you took of Mr. Mathis's prescription bottle from his book bag?
That is.
Time Your Honor, the state would tender was remarked as State's Exhibit 201 into evidence.
Any objection to State's 201?
No, Judge.
Admitted.
Thought my struggle with Zoom was gonna be done for the day. Okay, and is that the prescription bottle that we have discussed and you've been recently asked questions about?
Correct. You can see that it's just his book bag right there being open and me just looking at his items there on scene. Cause I still have my evidence gloves on.
And let me ask you this question. You, at that point, is it fair to say that you knew the identity of the person who had been shot multiple times at the Art Center station?
With the items in his bag, I was sure it to be DeMarco Mathis, but I utilized the medical examiner to help make that confirmation.
You were asked about why you didn't track, I guess, where the Mathis came from. Do you remember being asked that question by the judge a few minutes ago?
I do.
And it's because that you had recovered items such as Mr. Mathis's tip-top ID, as well as, the item that we just looked at in states of 201, the prescription bottle, why you didn't, track, go backwards as to, the travel or movement of Mr. Mathis.
Because at that point of the investigation where we arrived on scene, collected all the information, and I go back to my office, I'm looking at trying to identify the suspect involved in this case.
That because you had already identified, the victim in this case.
That's correct.
And, you were asked questions, in regards to, the minutes between 8:27, to, when the shooting happened at 8:58. Do you remember, being asked those questions?
I do.
And I just wanted to be clear, did you review the entire footage from when at 8:27, when Mr. Mathis and Mr. Mosley are both seated on the bench, to the time of the shooting, in the video we've seen in States of the 40?
Yes, the days leading up to the warrants, everything. I reviewed it multiple times to make sure that there was nothing nefarious going on between the two. It only, and what I observed, it only shows two people sitting next to each other.
And, you were asked a couple of questions, about, the firearm recovered in the attic. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
All right, I want to pull this up. And States Exhibit 108 should be on the screen in front of you right about now. Now, detectives, the gun that we see in States of the 108 is the same gun that I'm holding here. It's the physical gun in States of the 149.
That's correct.
And I want to be clear, what color is this gun? It's not a trick question.
It's black and gray.
Okay. And the gray, the stripe right here.
Yes,
Okay. And this gun, what color is that gun in States of the 108?
black and gray.
And is that because it's the same gun?
Yeah, correct.
And you said that you sent the gun and any ballistics evidence that you recovered to the GBI for further testing and analysis?
That's correct.
And as a detective, are you qualified to do firearms testing?
No,
Is that why you sent it to the GBI?
that's correct.
And just to be clear, you were asked about your interview in the couple of questions the judge had relayed to you about Mr. Mathis' statement. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Any point during the time that Mr. Mathis was speaking to you before he invoked his right to a lawyer, did he mention anything about a conflict between him and Mr. Mathis?
Because.
And I'm sorry,
Mr. Mathis.
I met Mr. Mosley. So at the time that Mr. Mosley was speaking to you, did you talk about any conflict with Mr. Mathis?
Don't answer yet.
Judge, this is ask and answer. We explored this before the set of jury questions.
Okay. Next question.
Well, let me ask you this, during the interview that you were asked about in the jury questions, at any point, did Mr. Mosley tell you he had any need to defend himself?
Overruled.
no,
No further questions.
Ms. Wood, do you have follow-up for Detective Steidel?
Detective Steidel,
yes, ma'am.
you just told us that mishandling evidence in a case of this nature, or any case, puts you at risk of losing your job, correct?
Leading up to termination, it can lead up to termination, correct?
Got it. And everything that was collected at the scene should have been processed in, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Meaning there should have been some record of it after your little evidence log, correct?
correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question?
You can ask one more question, knowing that it's almost 6 o'clock. That's okay.
You were asked earlier about, the knife that you included in your evidence log. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And, you said, can you just describe for the jurors where within the bag, it was located?
I just remember it being located inside the bag.
Was it something that you actually located once you arrived, back to, where your office was when you were able to go to the full contents of the bag? I know I'm bad at counting.
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Wood?
No, Judge, thanks for being here.
Detective, thank you for your time. You are free to go. You should take with you your documents, but not any of the exhibits, and your bottle of water. All right, thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the day. Thank you for staying late. I think it was good to get through a witness and not leave that hanging for tomorrow. In talking with the lawyers out there, I've learned 2 more witnesses for the state. Neither will be as lengthy as Detective Steidel. So we're very much on the home stretch of the state's presentation. There is a little bit of work I need to do with the lawyers that we're not going to do at 6:30 tonight. So I'm going to ask you all to be here by 9:30 tomorrow. 9:30. So 9:30 tomorrow morning. We can't start till all 14 of you are here. We will definitely get through the state's case before lunch. Lunch is going to be a little bit longer. I have to make a presentation over the lunch break. So it'll probably be more like an hour and a half-ish. But when we're done with the state's presentation, we'll see if the defense is presenting anything. No obligation on them to do anything. And then we'll get to closing arguments. You will have this case to deliberate at some point tomorrow. It'll be after lunch. I just don't know when after lunch it is. And then you'll have all day Friday if you need that as well. But you will certainly get the case for your deliberations at some point tomorrow. That does not mean you should go home and talk to people about the case tonight. You do that after you have reached your verdict or said we can't reach a verdict, which will be tomorrow or Friday. So please stay in that same bubble you've been in. Tell people what a wonderful time you had today. And I will see you at what time tomorrow? 9:30. And I hope buses pick everyone up from the parking lots and you don't have to walk. Should be a little cooler tomorrow. It's supposed to rain tonight, unfortunately, on my kid's baseball game, but we'll see what happens. Any logistical questions? Leave your pads in there. Did a good job today. We'll see everyone at 9:30. Thank you.
All right, sure.
All right, a few things. One, there are a few exhibits up there. State, make sure you collect them, coordinate with Ms. Rivers as to what you're keeping. She usually doesn't hang on to the guns, but you guys will sort that out. 2, you're right here, Mr. Body. For you. Thank you. And 3, in all your free time tonight, please do look at the draft jury charge because that's what we'll do at 9 in the morning. Is go over that. I don't think it's particularly controversial. I added a little blurb about defendant's statement, so look at that. Self-defense is in there for now. There are a few things that are conditional. If you choose to testify, there'll be some language. If you choose not to testify, there's different language. And we'll also have that conversation, Mr. Mosley, in the morning about well, we won't do that till the state rests, but we'll certainly do the jury charge in the morning. I don't think we'll need the full half hour, but let's aim to be here at 9. Do we have clothes for Mr. Mosley for tomorrow? Great, as always. Anything from the state? You'll have Dr. Sullivan and the firearms expert here?
Yes, he told me to be here at 9.
Good, they'll be ready then. Ms. Wood, anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
I didn't ask you this before. You didn't provide a witness list, so your universe of witnesses would be the state's witness list and your client.
Yes.
That remains the case.
Yes.
Good, all right, thank you, everyone.